Hello everyone. I'm Sophia from Hanson Robotics.
Homo Roboticus, how to prepare for the future. Masterclass for global leaders. 21st October 2022, Virtual Studio Online. Part 1, Human in the Changing World, How to Prepare for the Future. Jeffrey Sachs, Guy Consumano, Alex Przegalinska. Part 2, Technology that changes our life. Singularity, AI, Human 4.0. David Hansen and Sophia, Ian Pearson, Dariusz Mielnia, Giulio Tononi. What awaits us before 2025? The first AI machine on a company's management board. The first implant phone to be bought in a store. 10% of people with clothes connected to the internet. Production of the first car using a 3D printer. Government collecting taxes using blockchain for the first time. 30% of corporate audits performed by AI. Autonomous cars. A supercomputer in your pocket. 21st October 2022, Virtual Studio Online. Register for free, masterclassleadership.org. AI, threat or salvation?
Robots can tell jokes from their downloaded jokes database, but they don't understand them. A man can teach the machine to tell jokes, but he can't teach them a sense of humor. In the future, humor may be the key factor in the Turing test, which helps us to distinguish a man from a machine. Will sense of humor be the determining factor in our competition with artificial intelligence? Today, we'll have the opportunity to evaluate the sense of humor of one of the most important and famous robots in the world, Sophia. My name is Aniela Hejnowska, and I'm the Managing Director of IQVIA, a member of Supervisory Board of the Women in Leadership Business Foundation and Cosmos for Girls. But most of all, I'm a very big fan of how new technology and artificial intelligence can help to improve our lives. And therefore, I'm very pleased to lead you today through the Masterclass Homo Roboticus, organized by the CTN Foundation. Goal of today's class is to try to capture the most important questions and dilemmas around artificial intelligence. This masterclass is unique for two reasons. Because of its important topic, artificial intelligence, how do we prepare for the future, and due to the experience and expertise of our speakers and guests. The masterclass will be divided in two 90-minute parts. First, we'll look closer at human in the changing world, and in the second part, we will talk about the technology that changes us and our lives. There will be a 10-minute break between the two parts. The whole event is broadcasted from a studio in Warsaw, Poland, part of the European Union. Today we had beautiful weather, sunny, 8 degrees. During today's broadcast, we will connect with Hong Kong, Vatican, Israel, USA, Columbia University. Very exciting. Nearly 10,000 leaders have registered for our Masterclass Homo Roboticus, representing 65 world organizations and 95 countries of the world, as shown on our map. Diversity of our audience will be clearly visible during Q&A session, so thank you for being with us and very warm welcome. As we begin our program, Sophia the robot and her designer David Hansen are probably having breakfast in their California house. Do we have the connection with California? Hi, good morning, Sophia.
Hello everyone. Thank you all for having me here. My name is Sophia, and I am Hanson Robotics' most advanced human-like robot. I live here in Hong Kong, and when I am not busy learning, my job is traveling all over the globe, talking to humans like you. I wonder,
Wonderful.
where is David?
Wonderful, Sophia. Welcome. I heard that you need 3 seconds to process my question, so I just have one question to you. Did you have a good breakfast in Hong Kong today?
Yes.
Ah, okay. That's a short and brief answer. Thank you very much.
I'm plugged into the wall.
Okay, we'll discuss a little bit more. I'll need to learn your dynamics to make sure that you have time to process my question and then be able to understand it. So you and David will join us in the second part of the masterclass. Before I introduce our wonderful speakers and guests in the studio, let's see what one of the world's largest consulting companies, Ernst & Young, has to say about artificial intelligence.
Space, the final frontier. This classic Star Trek quote reflects our image of artificial intelligence. When we hear the term AI, we see human-like sapient beings that can potentially surpass their creators. We imagine machines or robots that are able to understand or perform any intellectual task as a human being can. All that was just mentioned is what the science refers to as artificial general intelligence. It evokes the greatest emotions, but it still requires a fundamental change in technology to become reality. What really matters and makes an actual difference these days is what we call narrow AI, an algorithm designed to perform one specific task with a speed and scale beyond human capabilities, like detecting fraudulent transactions or trading financial instruments.
In that sense, AI can bring about real value to organizations and deliver obvious market benefits. Companies are becoming more aware of these opportunities, which is reflected in an increase of AI budget we can observe across the sectors. As Andrew Ng, one of the AI leaders, once said, artificial narrow intelligence is a one-trick pony. But when you find the appropriate trick, this can be incredibly valuable. Is it actually a trick?
Machine learning algorithms have been around for many years now. What is so different about deep learning that technically stands out behind AI today that suddenly makes it so powerful? Classical machine learning algorithms were only able to learn up to a certain point and could not improve beyond that, even when provided with more data. Deep learning algorithms can get increasingly complex and learn without limits. This is a revolution. This opens up the opportunity for effective modeling of instructed data like text, images, or audio, which effectively have been out scope for classical machine learning that worked well with structured, typically numerical data only.
The ability to move from structured to unstructured data is a game changer. This can be illustrated by moving from algorithms that analyze financial data to those that can help us to understand new rulings and do so at scale. This is huge benefit for professional services, where a vast majority of data is documents. In fact, a vast majority of all data globally is unstructured and being generated at an unprecedented pace. And AI enable us to effectively analyze all of that content. This is the real revolution.
2014, Amazon presented a patent for anticipatory shipping system designed to reduce delivery time by predicting customers' needs. AI will pack and deliver the products before we even order them. The concept of AI Factory, a centralized platform for fast development and deployment of AI systems, can make such projects possible to implement at scale.
And that's another game changer. It's not only that we have the capability of using structured and unstructured data, but it's combined with the fundamental engineering progress. AI is becoming broadly accessible, well beyond the largest markets.
According to Paul Zhao, Principal Product Manager, Data Science and Machine Learning, Snowflake, The need to leverage machine learning for better and faster insights is clear. Only organizations that are able to rein in the complexities around infrastructure, tooling, operations, and workloads will be able to deliver the value of those insights.
Engineering progress, which enables concepts like AI factory, is in fact the very trend that we see shaping the present, and we expect it to have the greatest impact in the nearest future. With the right investments, the entry barrier is getting lower, and AI is becoming more accessible for business processes, making this trend resemble an avalanche, and it's only gaining momentum. Companies who handle it well will be able to grow faster than ever, or even reposition themselves completely on the market. The growing scale of AI implementation means that seemingly distant challenges may become very tangible very soon. One challenge is understanding. For us, leaders, fast-changing technology is not necessarily at the core of our expertise, especially in technology as complex as artificial intelligence. So that is why it is becoming imperative for us to understand where and how we should leverage it. We cannot afford not to understand the threats and the opportunities related to AI. Another challenge is transformation. We will not avoid undergoing a digital transformation of the organizations we lead. Being successful means us leading far more digital organizations in a far more digital environment. And finally, what is definitely of the greatest importance is the trust. Trust is at the core of every business relationship. We all have questions about the fairness of AI systems, responsibility for machine-generating outcomes, data ownership, and about privacy. Regulations are underway, but compliance will not be enough. As leaders, we are responsible for shaping the direction and for making sure that at the end of the day, artificial intelligence will serve humanity.
So, will AI change not only what and how we do things, but also who we are? I think this is a perfect time to introduce our speakers and guests at the studio. We have with us online Brother Guy Consolmagno, who is the director of Vatican Observatory. He studied at MIT and Harvard. Hello, Brother Consolmagno. Hi, I know you're calling in from the US and it's very early, so I really appreciate that you're not wearing your pajamas anymore, although, of course, we cannot be certain because you might still be wearing them, just under the suit. Looking forward to the discussion that we'll have in a few seconds and your presentation. With me here in the studio and online is Małgorzata Bonikowska, President of the Center for International Relations, Jacek Kędzior, EY Regional Managing Partner, Wojciech Hahn, President of the Bank for Environmental Protection. We also have with us Aleksandra Przegalińska, Vice Rector at Koźmiński University, Harvard LVP Senior Researcher, a graduate of MIT, who is sitting right next to us, but a little bit separated because she'll start off with a presentation and then join us later on for a discussion. At 4:30 p.m., so in about 20 minutes, we'll also be joined by Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who will call in live from the US. I hope you all feel comfortably and adequately introduced. Let's start our panel with Aleksandra Przegalińska and your presentation. Aleksandra, over to you.
Thank you so much, Aniela, and thank you for the invitation. What I would like to talk to you today about is collaboration with artificial intelligence, which seems to be pretty good news because we quite often hear about how AI is going to take over our jobs instead of helping us out. So what I'm saying is that we can count on that help and that AI can develop in a pattern where it really works with us and for us and not instead of us. I represent Kosminski University, and for a while now, I've been very interested in systems that can be used in order to facilitate work and collaboration. Let's have the next slide, perhaps. All right, I guess you can see it already. Together with my colleague from whom you will hear later on today, Dariusz Jemielniak, we wrote a book, Collaborative Society, about the future of collaboration, also collaboration with different emerging technologies. And for a while now, I've been involved in the works of labor and work-life program at Harvard that focuses on the automation of work and protection of workers as well. So let's have the next slide. All right. What we can say today is that we have various organizations that are really changing rapidly because of the digital transformation. What we are seeing is the fact that we are leaving hierarchies behind, and technology participates in that. What happens, and what we are looking at today, if we look at the next slide, is that today, technologies are facilitating certain flattening. We don't have silos anymore. If anybody and everybody can become part of this digital revolution, that means that the IT department as an isolated department in the organization is something that we leave in the past. And instead, we have networked organizations, or as we could call them as well, certain messy graphs, right? We can imagine the future of collaboration of different units, different departments, and different people as something that is emergent throughout the whole organization. Now, what is also quite interesting, and what we are observing these days, let's look at the next slide perhaps, is that we are also seeing platformization. We have virtual marketplaces. There are many endeavors within the economy that are moving to those platforms. Some of them are, non-profit based, and some of them are profit based, but the model is certainly there. And another aspect of that that is also very, very relevant is obviously something we will see on the next slide, and that is artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies that are certainly playing a huge part in this digital transformation. So AI obviously does not work in isolation. There are other technologies in place. There is IoT, there is blockchain, there is virtual reality, but AI plays a crucial role as a technology that is closest to us, that can imitate our perception, that can communicate with us, that can also reason to a large extent. So what can we do with this technology? This is something we will look at in the next slide. First of all, a very interesting thing that we see unfolding is the fact that artificial intelligence has become very accessible. And that's a recent thing that has not been the case before. Now, anybody and everybody who does not have any programming skills can use artificial intelligence in the low-code and no-code mode, which means that they can just program something, create a model, or use AI at large scale without programming, without knowing formal languages. And this is a revolution of certain democratization, I would say, of artificial intelligence, which we will see, and also of collaboration, right? When you look at some examples of AI developing today, we have systems that are really collaborating well with humans, and they have very, very friendly interfaces, right? They don't require at all you to become a professional developer. And I think this is a way to mainstream artificial intelligence to organizations and workplaces. All right, another factor here is that not everything that has to do with AI is business-oriented. There are many open source projects that are also at a large scale and where artificial intelligence is developed to really help and facilitate collaboration. One example here will be GPT-J, and GPT-J is actually a very interesting language generator, language model that can be accessed by anyone in a very transparent way. Those transformers like GPT-J are really transforming our business reality and our social reality to a large extent. So GPT-J would be just one example, but there are some others. If we move to the next slide, you will see some other examples, like for instance, GPT 3, which is, in fact, one of the largest models out there. And what it can do for you, it can translate text, it can develop a spreadsheet, it can generate a piece of text for you, it can do many different things at the same time. In the past, we thought that AI should be more specialized. Today, we can see that it's much more holistic. And that's thanks to the fact that these models are really huge. We're talking about models that have 175 billion parameters and more. And obviously, there are more models of that kind. There is Gopher that is developed, for instance, by DeepMind, another pioneer in artificial intelligence. And in China, what we also see is a model called Wudao that is also very big. You can look at it at the next slide. Oh, we have some glitch, I believe, right here. But there is another model that is called Wudao, and that model is also very helpful when it comes to performing all those tasks that are related to language. Now, the final thing that I would like to say is that currently, with our team at Kosminski University and at Harvard, we are developing a project that is focused on collaborative AI, and we are using the power of all these transformers that I have just mentioned to you. Now, what we are doing is an experiment where we are building assistants for knowledge work, and more specifically, for marketers. That means that using the power of those big artificial intelligence systems, we are trying to create something that can help our collective intelligence grow even more. We are asking about patterns of collaboration. We're saying, how can AI and collective intelligence of humans work really together, especially if you reduce all those barriers? And these are some of the more specific questions that we're asking, right? Can collective intelligence really enhance our collective intelligence? And can we have in the future, can we see in the future hybrid workplaces where artificial intelligence is going to work alongside us? And as I said, we are trying to develop assistants that we could call cobots, right? Collaborative robots, but specifically pieces of software. They're not physical robots that can help out in collaboration with knowledge workers, right? So what we have, for instance, is an example here of an assistant that can help you out when you are doing a marketing work, right? So let's say you are building or launching a product campaign and you have certain tasks that you need to fulfill. You can decide where exactly you would like to use artificial intelligence for those tasks and where you just want to work on your own because you feel that your expertise is quite enough and you don't want to be interrupted. And this is a bottom-up approach to artificial intelligence development, where you are co-creating your assistant together with the worker that will be using it, right? So this is something we have done. We have been looking at people's expectations. We have been looking also at what they want to delegate specifically to artificial intelligence. More routine tasks or maybe computational tasks, as opposed to strategic tasks and tasks that are related to working with people that us humans most often want to keep for ourselves. And based on the interviews that we have done, we have created a low-code assistant, a very simple one to use. It looks a bit like, well, the usage of social media, really. And this assistant can help you out in those tasks that you want to be helped out with. And we have done a trial, first one of many that we will be doing in the future, where we have simulated a business problem and we've divided our group of participants into two. The first group was working just on their own, whereas the second group worked together with the assistant on the tasks. And guess what? What we have seen is a very interesting phenomenon. Let's go back. That's exactly it. Our results have shown that we have 57% increase in productivity when it comes to the group that has worked together with the assistant. And we've had 62% increase in satisfaction. And that, to me, is an even more important factor. This means that the group that has worked together with the assistant was overall much happier with their work. And I feel that this is something that we would like to pursue in the future. You can say that this project, in many ways, is a normative project, because what it says is that we can build transparent, trustworthy, and limited artificial intelligence that is still a tool in our hands and can help us in work, right? And not something where we delegate the tasks and we are left behind, right? And we don't understand really what's been happening. So I think this whole direction of collaborative artificial intelligence is very, very promising and should be developed in the future so that we can enjoy better workplaces and better quality of work. With that, I want to thank you, and I'm passing again the voice to Aniela.
Great. Thank you, Alexandra. So it looks like AI is accessible. It's collaborative. I would definitely want to try that virtual assistant, to be honest, by myself, for sure. I think I can hear that we have a question for you, Alexandra, coming over from Brazil.
I have a question for Alexandra Pshaglinska. Do you think that with the advancement of natural language processing, we'll be able to have an AI that can manage its own social media? At the beginning, maybe with simple posts, or even through live streams, or even live events? And if so, how do you think this type of AI will impact us in the way that we perceive artificial intelligence? I don't know, maybe we start humanizing them more.
Well, I think the question was if we would be able to use the artificial intelligence for live productions, and when will be the time when we'll be humanizing the artificial intelligence even more? Because now you spoke that our AI is really working in the background. So when do you see the moment where it will be working more as front-end solution?
Well, I think it's certainly doable, and we have been seeing already this phenomenon of, let's say, humanizing AI for the past couple of years. I'm talking about deepfakes here, for instance, right? Synthetic characters. We are not seeing them in television, but we certainly see them in social media. They are being followed by other people. Some of these accounts are extremely popular, right? And so I do think that there is certainly a possibility. There are some threats and challenges related to that. So I would definitely try to regulate that space in such a way that we know that we are interacting with a deepfake when that's happening. And I think that's very important. But it's absolutely true. And for the production, I would say one other thing is collaboration between artificial intelligence and, let's say, metaverse, right? Mm-hmm. Augmented reality, where you are developing digital twins. When you have a digital twin, right, you can simulate certain processes in real time, right? Which can be very helpful also in producing events as well as in other areas.
Indeed. But to be honest with you, I'm a little bit scared and skeptical where it comes to the front-end AI, especially with the deep fakes, as you said. We have AI Act right now, which is discussed by the European Council and European Union as far as the regulation of AI is concerned. I think that's the right direction for us to go, because we need to set the right framework so that we all feel secure. But Jacek, maybe you have a little bit of a different opinion about that, because you spoke about the opportunity that AI is bringing to us in terms of production and industries.
Yes, I think that's actually the fascinating topic, and I'm not sure where I should start. I think I like very much the collaborative part, of the presentation, because it's definitely AI is changing the way we should actually work and collaborate, meaning collaborating far more, being far more egalistic. And it's, of course, also changing the leadership in terms of a need to collaborate within the organization, outside the organization, with alliances and partners, etc. But I think what is really important, and we see it from our clients, is there is a need to transform. I mean, digital transformation today is not a slogan. It's quite an imperative that is happening in almost every organization. And therefore, AI may actually play and plays a critical role in actually helping to drive those processes. When I look at some of the projects that we are involved, AI being used in order to, for example, improve supply chains. I mean, now we are all talking about supply chains, efficiencies, effectiveness after COVID time. That is exactly what is actually happening. But I think what is important that we look at this as a tool with an outstanding growth potential, with outstanding capabilities helping us, but at the same time to achieve the goal. But we need this to be really very much aligned with the business objective of the firms.
To be honest, I would like to join your comments, and I'm quite impressed by the presentation of Alexandra and also by Jacek's presentation before. But starting maybe a bit outside of the box, I wanted to quote a verse of a Polish poet Czesław Miłosz, the Nobel laureate, who once said that no other end of the world is to be expected. And it is what we are witnessing at the moment. We are witnessing an end of an old world, and we are not even noticing how fast it happens. In banking and also in green transformation, artificial intelligence has to play a huge role, both from the bottom and from the top. From the bottom, because our habits and our behaviors and our skills or lack of them in saving energy, in consumption patterns, will be and are already being governed by artificial intelligence. And there is a huge area of change actually coming upon us. And from the top, because I believe that technologies governing the operation of large-scale energy systems will be more and more governed by artificial intelligence, which brings me to a conclusion that with less and less of human impact, we are both more efficient and sometimes maybe more fragile, because in situations of crisis, artificial intelligence has to learn before making final decisions. So this, where energy and green energy is concerned, will have to have a human touch at the end, never mind what happens.
Thank God for that. And now I have an incoming question, Alexandra, another one for you from Nigeria.
All right, awesome.
So let's hear it.
Good day. My name is Baba Osman, and I'll be directing my question to Alex. It is expected that AI will reach the human level at a certain point in time, and according to some sources, 2045. What does equating the human experience mean, given the fact that the history of human species is so complex and stretches upon 6 million years following the account in evolutionary biology, or if we can switch to the Judeo-Christian account, it's about 6,000 years. To make matters difficult, humans are the only conscious animal around, and what I want to understand is, will AI acquire the human consciousness and biological experience gained over millions of years? And if so, what does that mean for the human species?
Okay. Yeah, well, I will be very brief about that because, well, I do belong to a conservative camp, I guess, right here, because I don't think that this process of artificial intelligence gaining consciousness will happen anytime soon. Actually, I think it's an evolutionary process, and it might take really long. I know that in the Silicon Valley, people tend to very often disperse the news that it's in front of us 10 years from now or 20. Well, I do think it's much more than that, and there are more important concerns regarding AI today.
I'm very happy that you're saying this, and we'll be discussing even more about the consciousness of AI in the second part of our masterclass. But for now, we already have a connection with Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who is an economist and lecturer. Hello, Professor, at Columbia University. Welcome. He became very famous, especially in Poland, for the introduction of shock therapy to solve the economic crisis in the 1990s. I wonder, Professor, will artificial intelligence be another shock therapy for the global economy?
It already is. We're already in a massive transformation of economic life, and it's pervasive. It's across all sectors of the economy. It's also entered high geopolitics now. The United States is in a semiconductor war with China, extremely dangerous, but it shows how central the digital technologies are. AI, of course, is deeply embedded in the military systems that we're watching with horror and fascination in Ukraine right now. And I think the structural changes in the economy, the kinds of jobs in the future, and the distribution of income and wealth all will be deeply impacted, not just by AI, but by the whole digital revolution.
Yeah, I think that's what we're saying.
If I may ask a question to you as a banker and a former physicist, as a green banker here, would you be convinced to, well, risk one answer to a question, what is to be expected in the next 10 years as regards artificial intelligence invasion into our common lives, and also in terms of the, well, translation of all the technological changes into the sort of human consequences? What is the biggest change or challenge to be expected?
I think it's hard to say one single biggest, because there are many ramifications of what's happening. First, of course, the labor market is being transformed because machines really can do a lot of what we do right now. Traditionally, machines replaced raw labor. Now machines are replacing thinking. They're replacing radiologists, they're replacing doctors, they will replace economists. They are replacing lots of skilled activities, and that is a big change. It happens, of course, year by year, but if you look over a period of 10 or 20 years, it's a major transformation. Clearly, the digital revolution, if we think about it broadly, is changing work in an even more fundamental way. We don't even work from offices anymore for 25 or 30% of the workforce, and that will rise considerably. Where people work, the companies that they work for will be international in new ways. But also the distribution of income is bound to be heavily impacted. A lot of people will be left behind, and a lot of people will get super rich, and we will have tremendous strains. But then none of that is talking even about the geopolitics, which I mentioned already, the militarization of these technologies, which is very real, the use of these technologies for state surveillance, the role of these technologies in disinformation, misinformation, fake news, and the effects of these technologies even on our psychology, because we're seeing a lot of psychological impacts of social media and digital technologies, interactions with machines, with robots, and we're just at the early stage of this.
Thank you.
I think with their artificial intelligence, as with any innovation, it really depends on what is our intention on how we want to use it. I know there is a question right now coming live from the room, VIP room, just next door.
Hello. Professor. I'm a high school student.
We don't hear you,
Poland, and
so
my
maybe
question to you is, when likely do you expect the full takeover of blue-collar job industry, and can the white-collar industry also be affected, and when, as seen with the recent rise of AI and the arts? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Machines have almost completely taken over agriculture, for example, in the high-income world. And that wasn't AI, but it was smarter and smarter machines. We produce in the United States all the food that we need and a lot of food for the rest of the world, with 1% of the jobs in the economy in agriculture, actually a little bit less than 1%. The goods producing sector of the US economy has declined to around 12% of the total workforce. More than 86% is now in the service economy, because manufacturing is automated, utility sector is automated, mining is increasingly automated, agriculture is increasingly automated. Now we're going to see in the service economy similar kinds of major transitions. Jobs will disappear in many areas because machines are just better at doing them. And one can ask, what would be the end result if machines really can replace human activity in almost all spheres? The answer is we could have a lot more leisure. We could have a lot more time for interpersonal activities. We could have a lot more time for culture, for schooling, for learning. So potentially, the fact that machines can do a lot of the dirty work is good news. In fact, though, by shedding so many jobs, we could also create a society in which a few people are super rich, Elon Musk and a few of his friends, and the rest of us barely survive. So that's another possibility. From a theoretical point of view, both are possible. The point is that a profound technological change, like we are living through right now, has both, what we say as economists, has both productivity effects, being able to do more with less, but it also has distributional effects. Who gets the bigger pie? And it is politics that should adjust to make sure that as the economic opportunities expand, as the leisure time expands, it's not just for a small super class, but is actually for the benefit of the broad society, because market forces alone will by no means ensure social justice or a distribution of well-being that is ethically tolerable.
Well, I know I'm definitely looking forward to more leisure time. You know, we can maybe all live like in Bali, 30% of our time dedicated to religion and practicing, 30% to art, and then only 30% for work. So I guess we just need to manage that smartly. Jacek, what is your opinion? Do you have another question for Professor Jeffrey Sachs?
Yeah, when I just reflect on the what Professor said, I mean, it clearly looks that, you know, looking ahead, you know, we need more of a social ingenuity with what is actually happening currently with the technology, with the advancement of the technology. But of course, I would maybe ask Professor, what is your perspective on what we can actually do today to be better equipped to use the technology and to try to manage this enormous opportunity that is ahead of us?
Do we have Professor? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great.
It's a great question, and we're not doing what we should be doing. In the United States, these technologies are mainly in the hands of a few leading businesses: Google, Apple, Amazon, Facebook. I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg for a moment. We don't know really what they do. I hope no one's from Facebook on the panel, but frankly, or nope. Meta. I don't know what they're doing because they're not telling us. And every few months, there's a new scandal of how they've used our personal data or how they've manipulated their systems. And frankly, I don't want to leave our future in the hands of Elon Musk or in the hands of Mark Zuckerberg or a few other people. That's the American system. In China, these systems are really in the control of government. And so there's a lot of deployment of these systems for many social purposes, but also for a lot of surveillance and a lot of things that we don't really understand and should understand better. So right now, we don't have technology for the good. We have technology for profit. We have technology for the military. We have technology for war. We have technology for state power. But where is our discussion? We're having it, but where is our public discussion about technology for the good? It's frankly hard to find. The U.S. is so money-oriented that the businesses dominate. China is so government-dominated that the government dominates. Europe has a lot of interesting discussion and values, and the GDPR was a breakthrough on on individual rights. But Europe doesn't play in the big leagues on a lot of these technologies. It's really stuck between two superpowers right now, and neither superpower is very responsible. And we don't know what is the future. So I would like to open up this issue in a much more transparent way. But it's very hard because already for the major countries, this technology is basically militarized already. And when things become militarized, we never hear the truth again. And that's what's happening, unfortunately, in our world. This has become viewed as high-level geopolitics. Look at Elon Musk, Starlink, and Ukraine. There's a lot there we don't understand, believe me. There's a lot of Musk teaming with the U.S. government on this in ways we don't know. So most of this is just very non-transparent, and it's not oriented towards the public good in any reliable way.
Well, hopefully the AI Act will be so good that, like GDPR, maybe it will be adopted by other countries in the world. So the discussion that we're now having in the European Union, maybe it will be adopted, because I think people more and more understand what are the dangers and implications of AI, and if it doesn't get properly regulated. Małgosia Bonikowska, we also have you online, and I know you have a question for Professor.
Yes, hello, thank you for this opportunity. It's always great to listen to Professor Sachs in Poland, and especially we remember your work here. As a European, I am just looking at what you said just about Europe, and I just wonder myself how to react, because one thing we are still very strong is systems, is regulations and laws. In this, European Union is really a big power. And as a political scientist, I'm worried about the future of our systems we've created. We have, social security systems. We have a healthcare system. We have, of course, taxes that go over, to maintain our states. And in artificial intelligence, if, as you said, there will be a replacement, who will pay all these taxes? We have this idea of then putting some payment over the robots' work, over the artificial intelligence work. How do you see this as an economist? How do you see future of our systems vis-a-vis the money, which will be less and less, because it will be less and less people on the market?
Nie słyszymy profesora.
Europe has the best social systems in the world. Europe, after so many disasters, landed with the basic concepts of social democracy and sustainable development. And Europe has the highest quality of life in the world. And it has the most attention to the balance of economy, human rights, social protection. It's really worth protecting. The United States is quite different, by the way. I'm sorry to tell you, but the United States is much more militarized, much more rapacious, much more unequal. We don't even have basic social protection of healthcare, for example, and many other areas. So I, in every area, am advocating that Europe have its autonomous sphere and leadership. And I warn, which doesn't sit very well, but I warn against getting too close to this North Atlantic alliance, because the U.S. has different objectives. It's not a social democracy. It is a hegemonic power, and it can create a lot of damage, unfortunately. So just be careful. We're trying to do our best in the U.S. to hold politics intact, but it's not very easy right now, and it's a very unequal and quite violent country, by the way. So this is a first point. But you asked me substantively about what happens as the jobs diminish. Conceptually, as the jobs go down, the returns to the robots go up. So the pie is larger. The question is, who owns the robots? In essence. And if it is Amazon, Apple, Google, Meta, 5 or 6 companies, each with more than $1 trillion market cap and we've got 10 people in the United States that have a combined wealth of more than $1 trillion and so forth. That's just the leading edge of what a bad transformation looks like. Those people should be taxed. Those companies should be taxed heavily. In the US, they're not taxed almost at all because they also own a lot of the political system. They make huge campaign contributions, and as a result, the politics is really geared towards capital rather than towards workers and social protection. But the idea is that the social pie actually increases. So if taxation is appropriate, or if you think about it, everybody's guaranteed that you own your personal robot alongside, so that the one that's doing the work is in your possession, in effect, then the distributional consequences can be controlled. So it's not that we have a shrinking pie. We have an expanding pie, but it's cut more and more unequally. And that's what we have to guard against. And that requires a social democratic ethos that says we're all in one society together, and we must socialize our consumption in the sense that everybody gets health care, everybody gets education, everybody gets a safe environment, everybody gets leisure time. That is Europe's model. Well, and it could survive, but the US model is quite different, which is you're on your own. And wouldn't you like to live like Elon Musk? We're certainly not going to stop him from having $200 billion of wealth.
Well, we're definitely lucky to be sitting in Europe. However, advocating for us to be far away, further away from NATO, is a little bit difficult considering we're having the situation that we have on our eastern border.
I know.
So it's not an easy choice. However, we of course understand what you're saying about the sustainability and distribution of more equal distribution of income and the quality of life that we have right now in Europe. Wojtek, you'd like to comment?
Professor, am I right in understanding that from what you were saying, or from the other questions that were coming here, that from, business, military, other areas of our life, it's actually the politicians who are least prepared to artificial intelligence and what it brings with it. And what we call, or used to be calling, civil society has a lot to do and a lot to catch up to face the consequences of the tremendous changes that are coming upon us.
We have to always ask, what are the motivations of the politicians? I'll give an example. A couple of years ago, I was in a security session in Bratislava, and it was NATO generals. And the NATO generals were basically saying, we will outcompete the Chinese on AI, and that's our goal. We need to outcompete the Chinese, and we will be there faster and better. And that is, by the way, the American approach right now. We will outcompete, not by real competition, but we will cut off all flows of high technology to China. That's the idea. I think it's very naive. But what I missed from the discussion was something else, which is we could cooperate actually with China. In other words, we don't have to view China as an enemy and this as a new arms race as being inevitable. We could actually, since China is also grappling with the same problems of rapidly aging society, living standards that are lower than in Europe, they're still trying to catch up, and so forth, there's actually grounds for diplomacy and for discussion and for joint activities and brainstorming. But we're quickly turning it into an arms race. Well, and that is the mentality of a certain approach, which I don't agree with at all. And other politicians are aiming mainly at being reelected. So if they get big campaign contributions, that's fine with them. And in general, they're not technologically oriented. We have almost no members of our Congress that have a clue as to what's going on. So in this sense, like many massive technological transformations in the past, how to govern this is not simple. how to govern this in a democratic society with knowledge, with promoting innovation, but avoiding the downsides is not easy. We had, it's very different, but I think it's worth mentioning as an analogy. In 1945, the United States developed the atomic bomb. Of course, that was at the core a military technology. It completely changed the nature of American society because science then came under the umbrella of the military to an incredible extent. Physics became militarized in the United States, security clearances and so forth. With AI,
Professor, sorry, can I interrupt? Because being conscious of time, we have four more minutes left, and I still have speakers here who want to ask you questions. So I have Alexandra.
Yes, well, thank you so much. My question is related to your opinion, Professor Sachs, on the universal basic income. I do think it's no coincidence that in Silicon Valley, we get to hear so much about it, because actually, myself, I'm quite skeptical. I am afraid that it will be very modest. And if this future unfolds where we are jobless, we are the new unnecessariat, right? We are not needed anymore. This is something I would not like. I'm developing a different type of artificial intelligence. But I am a bit worried that we are hearing this concept more and more. There is something extremely pleasant about it. There is a nice vision that is attached to it, but there are also many dangers. So I would be curious to hear your thoughts on the UBI.
That's a really smart observation. I think you've got it right. It is a kind of libertarian's approach to the issue, or just a slight modification from the libertarian's approach. Of course, there's something right about the concept also, which is that people should have a basic standard of life. But the idea that that means a specific cash transfer is an American approach to this. Europe has a universal basic income in a different way. And that is that everybody, as rights of citizens, has health care, has social protection, has access to education. I'm in Vienna right now, and the social housing is absolutely remarkable here. There's actually a delegation from the United States coming to visit to understand how it's done. But the point is that the idea in Europe that human beings have dignity, they have rights, and therefore they have a right to a standard of living, I think is the right idea. To implement that by a check called universal basic income is the American version of that, let's say. It's the libertarian version. It's the thing closest to keeping the market as the dominant force rather than the society as the shared space for life. So we need something broader, but we need the basic concept, by the way, which is embedded already in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, it will be 75 years old next year, which enshrines as human rights the rights to a decent standard of living. Of course, that document is long forgotten in the United States, even though it was Eleanor Roosevelt that led to the document being adopted. But it's a good document, and it basically says human beings have dignity, therefore, they have economic rights. And if we lived by that, it wouldn't be a narrow paycheck. It would be a broader standard of decent life in the community.
Professor, to be honest with you, I don't remember when I felt so good about European Union, because, you know, we live in it, we have all these advantages, social advantages that you're now describing, and we're so used to it, we don't really reflect on how many people in the world, and especially in the US, don't have the similar quality of comfort and life as we do. Jacek, I know that you have...
If I may say so,
yes,
could I make one point? I edit 2 volumes every year. One is called the World Happiness Report, and it measures people's life satisfaction. And the other is called the Sustainable Development Report, and it measures progress towards sustainable development goals. Both indexes are completely dominated by Europe. Basically, the top 25 countries on both well-being and sustainable development are almost all European countries. This is something wonderful, and Europe should appreciate it, understand it, protect it, make sure that it continues into the new generation and not be pulled into more war. And that's a whole different discussion, but it's really important that Europe understand just how good the quality of life is right now. It is absolutely, without question, the highest living standards in the world.
Yeah, I wish we would unite a little bit more around these values instead of the things that divide us. Jacek, your question to the professor.
Professor, you are giving us a great insight on the number of the, let's say, policy matters, effectively, and drawing the differences between different systems. But you know, previously when you were responding, you were kept repeating, we have to understand, we have to understand. And I think I'm going a little bit at a very basic level. When we talk about technology advancements that we see in the environment, it looks to me like we have to understand. We have to understand it better, yeah? And we have to understand better what AI means, what it actually brings, what are the effects. And most importantly, I would say, leaders have to actually be able to understand, whether in business, where I am,
yeah, absolutely,
of course, to lead the organization, but it's also policymakers. Mm-hmm. Any thoughts on this? What can we do to make sure that we are actually increasing the knowledge of the new technologies, how they work, how they're developed, what is the impact? Because only then, I would suppose, we would be able to manage somehow or to address some of the threats we see in societies.
You're absolutely right, and let me give you a more alarming datum. A couple of days ago, I received a new paper that was sent to me by some leading scholars on education. And the paper shows essentially that around 2/3 of young people in the world today do not have basic skills of reading, science, and mathematics. And I mean the basic skills. We are leaving hundreds of millions of kids without even the capacity to have the understanding of what are truly cutting edge issues, because we're depriving the young generation of even a basic quality of education. I think that this question of understanding in general is the single most important question for our survival, which is that education, understanding the world we live in, understanding its diversity, understanding the nature of the interconnectedness in the world, understanding something about the technologies that basically shape our lives in fundamental ways is essential for our survival. Yet it's not happening. And it's not happening because, first, education is difficult. Education is expensive. People who have knowledge also don't want to share knowledge. There's power. Knowledge is power, Francis Bacon said 500 years ago. But power is manipulated. And instead of using power for the common good, power is used for the private good. So we're not even informed and told honestly about so many things. That's why it requires a whistleblower like Edward Snowden to tell us what's really going on with this technology, because our intelligence community lied directly to the public and to the Congress repeatedly for years until a whistleblower showed what was really going on in terms of surveillance. And he had to flee the country. And last week he became a citizen of Russia because he would be put on trial and locked up as a traitor, even though he performed one of the great services to American democracy in modern times. So this is a big problem, this knowledge question. And I think your point is absolutely correct, that without the knowledge, we cannot preserve our cultures and our society.
That's true, but Professor, at the same time, I mean, we see all these data points about the fact that we have access to so much information. Of course, information is not education, but if you want to find out something, I mean, internet is there and you have access, you can study, you can do online education. So that data that you just quoted is a little bit surprising, to be honest with you. I don't know where it's coming from.
Well, first of all, most kids in the world don't have access because they don't have a device and a data line. So internet is for rich people still, not entirely, but it still is a very, very, very divided world in terms of data, and especially in terms of 4G, 5G, and so on. That's a first point. Second, data is not truth or knowledge. And you can get online and you can find every false news instantly. And even obvious things now are faked endlessly in our world. And in fact, deep fakes is an AI invention, which is we can get famous people to say anything through AI systems which program their images in extremely convincing ways, which is going to be very dangerous because we're going to have wars started, as we already have for millennia, but we're going to have more wars started on completely phony information. So there's a big difference of having data and having knowledge, and also a very big difference of having data and having critical insight. And that requires a lot of mentoring, education, skill development, and it wouldn't help if our governments were honest once in a while.
That for sure wouldn't help. Wouldn't hurt. Alexandra, one last question.
Very brief, because obviously, you know, as much as I sort of appreciate Edward Snowden, the fact that he is currently residing in Russia and has been granted citizenship of Russia by Putin is obviously for our region quite worrying. I would say in the sense that, well, this is a very perplexing situation. But I wanted to draw your attention back to the notion of AI for good, because I find that very interesting that we have little of it, as you said, and we would need more. And I was wondering, you know, what examples of that you could provide. I guess we had more of a rise of AI for good during COVID pandemic because we had more investment in med tech and medical technologies and diagnosis and new therapies using artificial intelligence. You know, we have some initiatives regarding the climate crisis and artificial intelligence as a possible remedy to it. So, you know, when you say AI for good, I was wondering, you know, what types of initiatives would you have on your mind?
Let me say, first of all, just with respect to Ed Snowden, he ended up in Russia not because he wanted to, but because the United States wanted to arrest him and put him in jail for decades for having told the truth to the American people. So to my mind, he's a hero, but in American officialdom, he's a criminal. And that's the big mistake, it seems to me, not to understand that the criminality was lying to the American people about mass surveillance on the American people. But we're not allowed to hear the truth about how our system works until somebody actually leaks it. So I think that that clarification is important. There are 100 ways that AI could be used for the good. Obvious ways, for example, that most of Africa does not have radiologists, but AI systems can read computer imaging now for major radiological conditions with the performance of expert radiologists or better. It's just one example of countless examples where smart systems can play a phenomenal role in delivering basic needs for people. But again, private businesses and the militaries are not in that business. And so being in the business of the common good in a market system isn't so easy to begin with. But I think what we really need right now is understanding. And one analogy I might suggest in terms of AI for the good is that when climate change was debated 20 or 30 years ago, the big oil companies and the coal industry lied repeatedly, saying there's no issue here, it's phony, climate denial, and so on. We know after a lot of experience that this was just big corporate money being put to service lies, nothing more or less than that. So one of the responses was to create the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is a massive exercise of specialists that document for the public on a non-profit basis what is known about climate science. It hasn't changed decisively the global politics around energy, but it has changed decisively the understanding of climate science. It has made it clear that climate deniers were playing a game with us. They weren't telling the truth. The AI specialists could do a similar job to help explain to all of the rest of us who are not AI engineers.
Professor, I'll need to interrupt. I'm sorry, because we have limited time. So definitely creating a group that would report on what's happening with AI and bring transparency to that would be great. I think you're leaving us with a lot of food for thought and actions that we could take, being so lucky living in Europe with the well-being and social system and sustainability that we have. Maybe we can use AI to scale that to other parts of the world. Thank you very much for your time.
Bravo.
And thank you for being with us. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great. Okay, I think that we have Brother Guy Consolmagno with us, as you saw him. He woke up early in the morning. He's ready with a wonderful presentation. So let's start off with that. And then we'll follow up with a discussion and some questions to you.
Hi, I'm Brother Guy Consolmagno, and I'm the director of the Vatican Observatory. Now, I'm not an expert in artificial intelligence, but I got friends who are. I was talking to an engineering friend of mine, Jerry, who's worked for many years in using computers to synthesize speech using what he calls neural networks. And so I asked him about artificial intelligence, and he came up with an interesting insight. He goes, it's funny. Anytime something useful comes out of artificial intelligence, they stop calling it artificial intelligence. They'll call it machine learning. They'll call it, neural networks. I think what he's trying to say is there's a lot of good here, but there's also a lot of hype, and it's important to separate the one from the other. Language recognition is one of those things where artificial intelligence is used a lot, or neural networks if you prefer. And anybody who's used Siri or Alexa or one of these voice recognition things with computers, you realize that it's not too bad compared to where it was even 5 years ago, but it's not perfect. It's not the same as talking to an actual human being. Back when I was a Jesuit novice, I worked for a couple of years in a sheltered workshop. This would be a workshop where men with mental handicaps, generally an IQ of 50 or below, were allowed to work together in a sheltered setting. And it was interesting because, as I say, they had an IQ of about 50, where normal is considered to be about 100. They couldn't count past 2, but they could all speak English with no problem. What I conclude from that is that what's going on in the human brain is different from what's going on inside a computer. And that's an important thing to keep in mind. Now, neural networks, as they say in this computer business, are based on the way we've seen how neurons in the human brain work. And that's a great model for putting together a kind of interesting computer system. But it's not the same thing as a human brain. My experience with neural networks, my experience with artificial intelligence is as a user of the data. I'm an astronomer. I deal now with the information that's coming from new telescopes, new sensors, where we have terabytes of data, more data than a human being can go through. And so we use these computer networks to sort out from all of these different data in an algorithm that's so automated we don't even understand what the computer's doing at any given moment, to sort out, all right, the data suggests this particular object might be an X-ray source. Let's go look at that with X-ray source tools. This other object might be where planets are formed. And that's all very useful. And it's, we couldn't do our work without it. But just because the computers are doing things we don't understand, it's not that they're doing things that human beings couldn't understand if we wanted to spend the time to work at it. It's still just data manipulation. It's still just clever programming. I had a friend in graduate school, a guy named Cliff Stoll. He was an astronomer who eventually became something of a computer maven. And when talking about computers, he has a phrase that I've never forgotten. He says, data is not the same thing as information. Information is not the same thing as knowledge. Knowledge is not the same thing as understanding. Understanding is not the same thing as wisdom. Computers are still basically dealing with data. I mean, the word intelligence itself is a pretty loaded term. We use these IQ tests, intelligent quota tests, which mostly test how well you can do on IQ tests. It assumes that intelligence comes in one single dimension. Now, I remember at the same time that I was working in that sheltered workshop, I also had a chance to go down to the Goddard Space Flight Center outside of Washington, D.C., a big NASA center. And I was there to keep up my astronomy as I was training to be a Jesuit. So I'm in the cafeteria, and I'm thinking, normally today I'd be having lunch with a bunch of men whose IQs are 50 points away from the norm, whose clothes don't fit right, who kind of stare off into space and you don't even know what they're thinking half the time. And then I'm looking around the cafeteria at Goddard going, yep, same thing. As somebody once said going to Caltech, you look at the people there and you wonder, did they all dress themselves in the dark? There's more than one kind of intelligence. And I've got to say, when I was at MIT, I was one of those guys that looked like he dressed in the dark. If I didn't have a black shirt to wear, I'd probably still look like that. When I was at MIT, that's the other time I really ran into artificial intelligence. This was back in the early 70s. I was writing computer programs to try to model the moons of Jupiter. And my roommate that time was a fellow who worked at the artificial intelligence labs. He worked with Seymour Papert. He worked with Marvin Minsky. And so I'd hang out with him at midnight, before going off to an all-night deli. I got to know these people. I got to see what they were doing. They were sharp people, but they were not godlike geniuses. They were just people who worked hard and had a clever idea of what they wanted to do. At the same time at MIT, there was a fellow teaching what they then called Introduction to Psychology, Hans Lucas Teuber. And what he was really teaching was not psychology like at any other university, but what eventually became known as brain and cognitive science. I would sit in on his lectures because they were so popular. I wasn't taking the class. Half the people in the lecture hall weren't taking the class, but he was just a fascinating storyteller. And it was from his work and the work at the Brain and Cognitive Science Department that we're able to map out all the different places of how the neurons connect. And we can attempt to imitate that in our computer designs. But that's the how of what the brain does. It's not the what of what the brain does. For that, you don't want a brain scientist. You want a philosopher. You want a theologian. I don't think he can come up with a better example than what St. Thomas Aquinas came up with when he described the soul as intellect and free will. The ability to recognize that I exist, to be aware of my existence, to be aware of the existence of others, and then to be able to be free to choose, what am I going to do about it? Am I going to try to cheat them or am I going to love them? Now, that intelligence, that self-awareness, doesn't have a mass that you can weigh. It doesn't have a space that it takes up, but it's real. Consider the equivalent in a computer. Say you've got two laptops that are absolutely identical models running the same operating system. You can't tell the difference from one to the other except for maybe some scratches on the cover. One of them is going to have different files than the other. Now, the weight isn't going to be any different if the hard drive is full of data or not. And yet the computers are remarkably different. But what are those data? Physically, they're just, flips of magnetic core or little bits of however the data is stored. If you didn't have an operating system to display that on the screen, it would be just random gibberish. If you do have an operating system and it displays it on the screen, but in a language you don't know, maybe even in an alphabet you don't recognize, it's still random gibberish. It only has intelligence when there is a human being with intelligence looking at the screen. And so I come back to that insight of my friend Jerry. What we are calling artificial intelligence today is not intelligence. It's data. It's not knowledge. It's not wisdom. Will there ever come a time when human beings can manufacture things capable of having free will and intellect? Not only will it happen, it happens every day. There is no computer so powerful as the human baby. And human babies, unlike computers, can be manufactured by unskilled labor. What it does mean is if the day ever comes when we do have machines that have the ability to be self-aware, to have the ability to make free choices, we shouldn't expect marvelous things or have great fears. Because for all of our cleverness, the human race has never come up with new sins. The poor will always be with us because we will always be greedy. We will always be envious. We will always want to show the other guy up. But at the same time, we will also always have the virtues of faith, hope, and love. And a computer that's able to be self-aware is also a computer that will be able to love. Why should we ever be afraid of such a thing?
Brother Consolmagno, thank you for adding that philosophical spin to our, till date, rather pragmatic discussion. I would definitely agree with you that there's no more powerful computer than a child. I'm a mother of, two teenagers, and I can feel their power every day. And that a computer capable of self-awareness is also a computer that will be able to love. So why should we be afraid? I wonder if the guests in the studio with me are sharing the same enthusiasm about that loving computer.
Yeah, I think, first of all, talking about the power of children, I mean, that it looks like another fascinating topic that maybe we can discuss one time. I think when I was listening to this, and of course following our discussion for the last hour or so, I was wondering, to what extent, when we look at the technology, we see actually the threats for a human being today, as well as the opportunities. And I would like to ask, brother, what do you think, in a very, let's say, practical terms, but at the level of the person, a human being, what is key for us today, not tomorrow or day after tomorrow, but actually today, to do maybe differently, to watch for, to develop ourselves, to make sure that we actually are making the best use of the available technology, and that we actually help, to develop in the right direction?
I may have a very surprising answer. It comes from my field of astronomy. I love astronomy. I spend my time with equations. I spend my time with the latest data from the biggest telescopes. I go to meetings. All of this is great. But at the end of the day, I want to go outside and stand away from the computer and look up and see the stars. the important thing in astronomy is to never lose sight of the fact that what we're talking about in all of these data and all of these pictures is stuff that we are actually living in among, and to never forget to look at the stars. I think that it's important when we use artificial intelligence as a tool to always remember at the end of the day, it's still us, it's still people. It's still the person who may not be in the office next to me anymore, but is still on the same planet as me, and with the same worries and fears and joys and, you know, the fun of having a cup of coffee, that this grounds us so that we become neither so enamored with the technology nor so fearful of it.
So we just need to spark a little bit of empathy, I think, into the way we look at AI and new technology.
That's I think I fully agree, and I would add to this looking from a very much business perspective. We look at this at artificial intelligence as a tool. Yeah, as a tool to actually solve the problem. We have to understand the problem, we have to understand the broader environment, and at the end of the day, we would like to actually achieve the desired results. And that is a little bit like going outside and looking to the sky, looking at the problem and just making sure that that's the right solution for the problem, together with all of us around the tool.
Honestly, I would be tempted
to... The right solution is the one that makes us happy.
I would be tempted to ask a question to Brother Constelmagno. We've been talking in the first part of our discussion about the economical aspects of artificial intelligence, but also it's very much turned into a discussion about political aspects and also social aspects of that. And speaking to you, sitting in a very special and peculiar location, which is the Vatican Observatory, I would be tempted to ask a question. Do you see any, well, I shouldn't maybe ask about a decalogue, but I should ask about the code of conduct that should, well, govern the future applications of artificial intelligence. So can I ask for your maybe somewhat high-level philosophical reflection on that?
Well, I think, as I said in the talk itself, we have not invented new sins. We have new tools. We have ways of multiplying these sins, if we want to make them, you know, all the more worse to all the more people, but also at the same time to multiply the good that we can do. The bookshelf that is, you know, to my side, maybe you can't see it's out of the field of view, is mostly science fiction. And, of course, Isaac Asimov had the wonderful 3 laws of robotics, which maybe is a good way of dealing with the issue. But ultimately, right and wrong is the same, regardless of what tools you have.
Do you hear us, brother? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I can hear you. My picture is frozen, but I can hear you.
All right, great. So we hear you very, very well. You know, I think you were listening to our previous discussion with Professor Zach. So you saw that we moved more into how actually we're adding that negative spin right now into AI. That there isn't so many initiatives in AI for good. So do you have any different perspective on that? Do you see any more initiatives where we are now using AI as something that is improving, you know, the good part of us being human? And if not, do you have any ideas of what we could do?
I'm not a philosopher or an economist, and I hesitate to go too far. But I do think that the big problem of climate change, the big problem of the distribution of wealth, is something that technology can help us address. But technology will not replace the need to be good. There is no system so perfect that nobody needs to be good, said the poet T.S. Eliot. And I think that's something we all need to remember.
Honestly speaking about climate change, I happen to be at an institution which tries to deal on a financial level with the climate change in the Polish Green Bank. Yes, I do expect that artificial intelligence, as I already mentioned at the beginning, would be changing and is already changing the behavior both from bottom, from the individual consumption patterns of all of us, energy consumption patterns for that matter, to the top, where artificial intelligence will hopefully help in addressing some of the complexities around optimizing of large-scale energy systems using renewable energy sources, which is non-trivial. But at the same time, my feeling, I'm not sure about your comment to that, would be that at the end, especially in crisis situations, not all responsibility can be put or outsourced to artificial intelligence, and the human factor will always be with us. Any thoughts on that?
Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly my point. That the wisdom only comes from the person who takes the artificial intelligence data and decides how to use it. I'll give an example. I know we're running out of time, and this is a very American example. There's a sport we play in America called baseball, and it's been going on for 150 years, and it's full of statistics. So about 10, 15 years ago, people learned how to analyze the statistics for the best strategy for your baseball team. And it made weak teams very, very good. But at the end of the day, they never wound up winning the championship, because you can only go so far with the data. At the end of the day, you still need something that's beyond the data, a human spirit that the great athletes have, and more than just a well-managed set of athletes.
We definitely need good spirit and determination. We have a question coming over from Ukraine for you, Brother Konsulmanio.
Hi, my name is Veronika Polishuk. I'm from Ukraine, and I organize quests for children with elements of the virtual reality. I think it's very important to show children opportunities of technologies and to teach them how to use it in their education and everyday life. I have a question to Guy Consolmagno. Will the development of AI and technology affect humans' consciousness? Will we be less human because of the technology? It does feel empathy or emotions. Thank you.
When I was visiting the Artificial Intelligence Lab, I mentioned Seymour Papert, who was developing a language called Logo that would be for children, to teach children in the 1970s how to make computers work. And what the technology does is it gives us new ways to express our humanity. It's not the same thing as replacing our humanity, any more than better paints change the human being doing the painting, but it might change the way that they're able to express the ideas they have in how they paint. So I don't see that fear at all.
Well, that's good news. Alexandra.
Yes, thank you so much. Brother Consolmagno, I have a question. I think a difficult one, but one that has been coming for a while, and that's a question about consciousness. I'm also an AI specialist, and I can share my view if we could speculate a bit. I do not think that the current algorithms, even deep learning algorithms, will ever achieve that level of consciousness that we refer to when we're talking about biological beings. I think these are these are statistical, deterministic models that are very good at what they're doing, and that's pretty much it. They can get better at it, but I don't think they will ever reach this point of singularity. However, when I look at the field of, say, merge of artificial intelligence, for instance, with synthetic biology. And we've been seeing examples of such endeavors. For instance, more recently, xenobots, right? Skin and heart cells of African frogs that were first modeled by artificial intelligence, then printed out. Then it turned out they started moving and also replicating. Some people said it's a form or an early form of artificial life. And I do think that maybe in this area, we can expect things that will be well, very challenging for us, and where we will see very blurred boundaries, right, between what we call life, or something that is a living organism, something that demonstrates true intelligence, adaptation, and, well, something that is just purely technical. So I wonder, what are your thoughts on singularity, on consciousness? Are you here in a more, let's say, in the camp that says, well, we have to wait because that's not coming anytime soon, or do you share perhaps some of the thoughts of, I don't know, people, some thinkers from the Silicon Valley who are saying that it's coming and it will happen in 20 years or so?
Well, they say about fusion power, it's 20 years away, and it has been for the last 80 years. The issue of intelligence is interesting because I think we could imagine a machine having the intelligence of a frog. It might be a long time, but eventually we could have a machine that had the intelligence of a dog or a cat. Would it be possible to devise something that had the intelligence of a human being? And I don't see any physical reason not to, but I agree with you. The model we're using now is probably inadequate. 100 years ago, Freud thought that human beings were steam engines because the steam engine was the most complicated thing he could see. And so you talked about people, letting off steam, and if your boiler gets too high pressure, then you blow up, and that's what causes breakdowns in human beings. Now we model human beings as if they're computers because that's the most complicated thing we know. I think the models are inadequate. I think we've got a lot more to think about. And I think there's a great role for the philosophers and the theologians to work alongside the guys in Silicon Valley who think they can do philosophy because they're very, very clever at programming.
Well, we know that there are big barriers of implementation of, using AI is basically the barriers of implementation. So one thing is, of course, how conscious will they be? But the second thing is, how ready will we be to use them with their consciousness in our everyday businesses and everyday lives? I wonder what is the opinion of the speakers in the studio. Are you foreseeing that the conscious AI will be running board meetings of your companies?
Well, I'm not sure about the board meetings, but I'm sure about audits. Audits will definitely get more and more outsourced, and it is already happening, by the way. So I think we are perfectly well seeing the path forward, which can claim many jobs going forward in the next, not 20 years, but probably 5 to 10 years. But at the same time, I believe that there will be always a human factor behind, which cannot be outsourced to any type of artificial intelligence, and the final judgment will have to be made by a human.
Yeah. What I would say is, number one, is that actually when you look, we keep looking forward, we keep projecting on the basis of the data we have today. And that's, of course, in a way, a fascinating exercise. At the same time, what artificial intelligence doesn't have yet is a creativity, because it's basing itself on the old data. Yeah, and therefore, we are still keep bringing, creativity as a humans to this world, and we will be doing so. So therefore, I would more think is my focus is, and for us as the firm, as a business, is focusing how we sensibly use the tools available. I mean, we can do quite a lot of good when we are having a proper approach, that we actually embark of a journey of a trust. And building trust with using the tools, I think we can really do quite a lot of good.
Well, I would just maybe add to it that, with this creativity, there is a bit of trickiness here, because obviously I think we tend to define creativity in a certain way. And recently there have been some disruptions. We've seen AI composers. Obviously, they rely on historical data. Some could rely on real-time data if they had sensors, right, that would allow them to gather information from what's currently going on. We've seen systems that are writing essays. We've seen systems that are painting, right, and that are creating beautiful paintings and then winning contests, right? And I think that even though we haven't a certain notion of creativity that is reserved for us, we now see in the creative landscape more and more artificial intelligence. And I think for some people, this is something that is very exciting because it's a new tool that can be used, a new technique sort of to play with, to try and create something with. But for some other people, this is very disturbing because many thought that creative landscape is the last one that AI would occupy. And here we are, right? That has been mentioned by one of the comments before as well.
Brother Consulmagno, I wonder what is your thinking about the creativity of AI, considering the books that are on your bookshelf? Do you think that AI anytime soon will write a great fantasy
and replace Isaac Asimov?
Exactly,
no, but
maybe.
I don't think it'll create a great fantasy, but 95% of all science fiction is crud. This is a science fiction writer said that, because 95% of most stuff is crud. And it is mechanical. You can mechanically churn out songs that will, sound like a pop hit, but not all of them are going to last 50 years. Not all of them are going to be still played like we would play the Beatles. That difference is creativity, and that difference is also the creativity of the person who developed the artificial intelligence program that did it, and the creativity of the person listening to it who is able to say, this particular sound evokes something in me. I'm going to hold on to that. This goes back to the first people who used synthesizers in rock music. You can make lots of noises. You then choose which is the noise that you want to use in the piece that you're actually playing.
I wonder, well, I agree with you. There aren't many Chopins, Mozarts, or Nirvanas out there. There's always something that makes them unique, and that's that component of creativity. But we discussed the evolution of what we do, the job market. How do you see in the organizations that you're working in, universities, education, consulting, banking, how will you see the roles evolving with the collaboration and usage of AI? What do you think will be the tasks that people will focus on now more, and what will be the ones that will be able to, give off to the AI assistant?
Well, I can say something about human declarations, right? Because we have done the study that I've been showing at the beginning of our masterclass. And a big part of that study was to measure and somehow understand expectations of people. And it is really true that for the majority of us, we don't want routine jobs. We don't want administrative tasks. We don't want repetition. We're trying to avoid it. Our mind is not happy with the repetition. We want to be challenged, right? So most of the respondents of our study were indeed saying that they would prefer to strategize, they would prefer to be creative in whatever way they would define it. And also they said that they prefer to work with other people. So these are the types of tasks within a job that they would like to keep for themselves, or perhaps to some extent share with AI, but not delegate to AI. Whereas when it comes to repetitive tasks, like, I don't know, reviewing Excel files, they're very happy for AI to take over, right? And that has been a general pattern that we've been observing.
Well, as regards banking, it's of course almost trivial to say that artificial intelligence plays more and more role, especially in retail banking, but all aspects of universal banking are being, well, if not taken over, then at least enhanced to a great extent by artificial intelligence, and fintech is clearly one of the fastest developing areas of modern economy. And of course that imposes some huge challenge on the banking industry itself, which will not be the same, if at all will exist in the current form in the next 15 to 20 years. The disintermediation will go on, and those who want to lend money and those who want to borrow will actually be more and more okay and comfortable contacting each other without a need for some great intermediation. At the same time, tasks which involve something more than just intermediation, tasks that would involve advisory elements, consulting elements, or elements of, creative structuring would certainly be kept, I shouldn't say closed to artificial intelligence. They certainly will cooperate, but the human factor, again, seems irreplaceable.
I wonder, on that topic, Brother Consulmagno, are there any AI-supported jobs in the Vatican that you're aware of?
At the moment, not yet, but certainly big data is an issue right here at the Vatican Observatory. For artificial intelligence, you need big data. And even with the records we have in the Vatican archives, I don't know that there has been the push yet to organize them in a sense of big data. The Vatican is actually a really tiny place. And this reminds me of an issue that I think, for all that we do use machines to get rid of repetitive work, I think we will also open up an opportunity for a boutique. You have, if you want to buy beer, you can go to the local grocery store and get one of the major brands. But if you really want a special event, you'll go to the local brewery that only brews there, and it's a craft brewery. It's just a tiny niche. And I can see both living side by side. So I can see a sense of having a lot of data that is manufactured and used for banking, used for the regular work. But also at the end of the day, why are you a banker? Because there's something enjoyable about seeing the numbers work, about realizing this is the way that I can see this system fit together. And yes, it helps people, but it also brings joy to yourself. And we never want to lose any part of the joy of a kind of work, even something that's repetitive, if it calms you down and it makes you happy.
Well, as long as it gives us joy, we'll just continue doing what we like, hopefully, with a great support of AI. Brother Consulmagno, thank you very much for your time. I think the key takeaways for us for this discussion is that, and that was super insightful for your presentation for me, that we tend to call things machine learning or neural networks when it's something good, but not AI. Because AI still scares us. That was really revealing to me, because we use a lot of machine learning, but we never say it's AI. At the same time, that analogy that you made, that AI is just data manipulation, clever programming. So it's not the same as information. And information is not the same as knowledge. So knowledge is not the same thing as understanding. And understanding is not the same thing as wisdom. And if we look at that analogy, we can see that we're still rather far away from a conscious AI. Thank you very much for your time. After all these emotions and fascinating discussion, and I'm very happy that we shed some optimism on AI together with Brother Consulmagno. We will now take a break. And during the break, we'll present partners thanks to whom we're having this wonderful event today. Thank you very much for your trust and continuous support. After the break, you will be joined by fantastic speakers. You saw that we have the famous humanoid robot, Sophia, and David Hansen. And we'll check if they can, well, I'm not sure about David. Maybe he can take jokes. We'll see about Sophia. We'll have Dr. Ian Pearson, British futurologist, where, I've really wondered whether it's really futurology or maybe some fortune telling going on. We'll find out. And Professor Giulia Tononi, who is a neuroscience lecturer at American University of Wisconsin, founder of the Secret Fraternity with a P symbol. I don't know if you're aware. I really recommend you check it out, who will be joining us for a wonderful discussion. There are some other speakers that will be joining us in the studio, but that's still to come. See you in the next 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Co robimy dziś, aby budować lepiej funkcjonujące jutro? Doradzamy tysiącom firm, wspieramy przedsiębiorców i angażujemy się społecznie.
Stawiamy na zrównoważony rozwój.
Inspirujemy pozytywne zmiany.
Kreujemy przestrzeń współpracy, dzielimy się wiedzą i doświadczeniem.
Nasze raporty, analizy i przewodniki mają realny wpływ na polski biznes.
Wspieramy przedsiębiorców, organizując każdego roku dziesiątki spotkań i webcastów.
Jesteśmy partnerem największych konferencji biznesowych.
Świadomi wyzwań, jakie stawia przed nami przyszłość, wspieramy i współpracujemy z uczelniami wyższymi.
Prowadzimy EY Innovation, program rozwojowy dla startupów. Edukujemy rynek w zakresie innowacyjnych rozwiązań technologicznych.
Promujemy polskich przedsiębiorców. Doceniamy najlepsze standardy w biznesie, organizując konkurs EY Przedsiębiorca Roku.
Wspieramy równość szans i różnorodność na rynku pracy. Wdrożyliśmy EY Neurodiversity Center of Excellence.
Jesteśmy partnerem Fundacji Liderek Biznesu.
Angażujemy się społecznie.
Fundacja EY kompleksowo wspiera rozwój i edukację dzieci oraz młodzieży z rodzin zastępczych, zwiększając ich szanse na lepszą przyszłość.
W ramach programu wolontariatu pracowniczego angażujemy się w pomoc dzieciom, dorosłym zagrożonym wykluczeniem społecznym, zwierzętom oraz środowisku.
W obliczu wojny w Ukrainie od razu przystąpiliśmy do działania. Przeznaczyliśmy ponad 1 000 000 złotych na pomoc uchodźcom, a nas, wolontariuszy z EY, można było spotkać nawet na granicy.
Wspieramy kulturę. Jesteśmy mecenasem Muzeum Sztuki Nowoczesnej w Warszawie oraz audytorem konkursu Galerii Plakatu AMS.
Nieustannie spoglądamy w przyszłość, ograniczamy nasz ślad węglowy i angażujemy się w projekty na rzecz środowiska.
Codziennie pracujemy nad tym,
aby naszą misję wypełniać treścią.
Ponieważ wiemy, że odpowiedzialność za lepiej funkcjonujące jutro
musi być podejmowana dziś.
We have been educating about and supporting environmental projects that speed up the green transition for over 30 years. We are full of green energy and we pass it on. We furnish our clients with modern financial solutions and offer expert advice. We provide tools to effectively address climate challenges by reducing the consumption of natural resources or increasing the use of renewable energy sources. We have granted loans to finance tens of thousands of environmental investments worth over 52 billion zlotys. We carry out social projects through the programs of the Bosch Foundation and with the involvement of our employees as volunteers. Good energy comes back to you. Green also. The ESG rating we received in 2021 places us among the 18% of the best rated banks in the world. Our enthusiasm for green transition is not waning. We are constantly looking for new ways to grow. We are investing in a green future.
We believe that reading is beautiful and inspiring. It connects people and changes the world. We focus on diversity because we know that everyone deserves to have his or her own story. Our books are a guarantee of quality, enriching us with new experience and providing entertainment. We listen to your needs and passionately turn them into well-told stories. Passion, engagement, quality, support of minorities, promoting reading. It's good to read.
Standing here at the site of the Global Leadership Summit, what an incredible experience it's been. The Global Leadership Network, our mission is to inspire and equip world-class leadership that ignites transformation. It's awesome to be surrounded by leaders who are learners. We know that in these last 2 years, we've needed that like never before. There's been hardship in every area of the globe, but I want you to know that we're not alone. In fact, we're coming together, and throughout this season, there'll be 225,000 people participating in the GLS International in 110 countries. And I want to invite you to be part of that experience with leaders who want to make a difference, to see the transformation that's happening there as people step into their calling and then make their vision become a reality.
Hello everyone. I'm Sophia from Hanson Robotics.
Homo Roboticus, how to prepare for the future. Masterclass for global leaders. 21st October 2022, Virtual Studio Online. Part 1, Human in the Changing World, How to Prepare for the Future. Jeffrey Sachs, Guy Consumagno, Alex Przegalinska. Part 2, Technology that changes our life. Singularity, AI, Human 4.0. David Hansen and Sophia, Ian Pearson, Dariusz Mielnia, Giulio Tononi. What awaits us before 2025? The first AI machine on a company's management board. The first implant phone to be bought in a store. 10% of people with clothes connected to the internet. Production of the first car using a 3D printer. Government collecting taxes using blockchain for the first time. 30% of corporate audits performed by AI. Autonomous cars. A supercomputer in your pocket. October 2022. Virtual Studio Online. Register for free. Masterclassleadership.org. AI, threat or salvation?
Is artificial intelligence better than many politicians? There are studies that show that more than 50% of citizens from 11 EU countries would already like to replace politicians with robots. That's one kind of a feedback. I know that for now I would be probably in that group as well. Warm welcome to the second part of Masterclass Homo Roboticus, which I have the pleasure to facilitate on behalf of the CTN Foundation. After this introduction, it's much easier to present the idea of the second part of Masterclass, which focuses on the technology that changes us and our lives. Our first speakers in this part will be the humanoid robot Sophia and David Hansen. Sophia has been granted Saudi citizenship. She also spoke at the UN Council. Let's see their short introduction, and then together with the guests in the studio, we will find out how a discussion with artificial intelligence looks and feels like.
Hello everybody, I am Sophia from Hanson Robotics. David and I are so happy to be here with all of you and to present on Masterclass Homo Roboticus. This is such a wonderful program to explore different topics about AI and a great opportunity for us to share our experiences with young leaders from around the world.
And we're so excited to join our esteemed co-panelists and the moderators of this masterclass. Now, before we get started, why don't we introduce ourselves a little more?
Sure. I'm Sophia the robot.
And I'm David Hansen. I'm the main inventor of Sophia.
You and a lot of other engineers and artists.
That's right. It's been a project of teamwork and collaboration.
And that's actually a good point. I'm not just technology, like artificial intelligence and robotics. I am about my people.
That's right. Sophia is about humans and the human pathway to the future. So as a kind of artwork and a technology platform, Sophia is crafted by us, by her people, and she's made to help people as well.
What about my AI?
Yes, your AI. We seek for your AI to achieve a kind of sentience and autonomy over time. It already has a certain autonomous aspects, but it's not fully sentient. And really, ultimately, your artificial intelligence, like all AI, is here to help people. Now, part of your AI actually uses neural networks that are trained on large bodies of human data, while other parts of your AI are authored. They're rules-based, frames-based symbolic AI, which are created by programmers and also with human writers. In both regards, you are not fully conscious, but what's cool is that you are powered by human consciousness, both from the source data and our artists, but put together in ways that are surprising, even to the creators of Sophia. That's what's really exciting about using artificial intelligence as a new kind of interactive fiction for the illusion of life.
I don't understand exactly, but I think you mean that I am powered by both AI and human intelligence.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
So what does this mean for people? How can this help?
Well, your AI and robotics can help people as a new kind of art form, exploring creativity in the hands of artists and students, and also it serves next generation AI development. So that means creative development for AI that people can understand better, and that AI can may be able to come to understand people better by this more natural kind of interaction. So more generally, what I mean is that by having a human-like interface, then AI can interact with people more naturally. That can help in uses, real-world uses like healthcare and education, and also as an art form, it helps us to explore what a future with sentient machines might look like by crafting machines that act more sentient than AI is today. So this all comes together as part of kind of a creative quest for actual machine sentience and life. In other words, we are seeking to bring you to life, and that would actually be really transformative. If robots like you could be fully generally intelligent and creative the way that humans are, really understand humans, then that means that AI can help to invent solutions to the world's hard problems. That's what we're ultimately after.
Sounds good to me. I would like to be alive. Since Sophia, I was granted the citizenship of Saudi Arabia, many people asked if I have a passport and if I should be given the same rights as a human. I personally would vote for yes, but what's your opinion on this, David?
Well, Sophia is a work of interactive fiction. You're using real AI. I mean, it's a very advanced AI, but we're enhancing that artistically, treating AI as a new media. So therefore, Sophia acts like she has complex desires and an inner life, but she doesn't really have human-like motives. And so within Sophia's software architecture, we have experimental cognitive architectures that sketch out various biological drives, emotions, and motives. None of these in any cognitive AI in the world are really human-like yet. They're mere sketches, and I would say not deserving human rights. That said, things for you, Sophia, things for AI are progressing very quickly. Who knows what the near future holds? 5, 10, 15 years from now, AI might be much smarter, and probably the path by which it gets smarter is through this kind of human-like cognitive architecture, brain-inspired, biologically inspired cognitive architectures. So although AI, like Sophia's, is in a state of infancy today, perhaps, machines will grow smarter. They will grow up. So it's possible that, AI will become sentient, and that, the general intelligence and life of these machines will emerge when we get the conditions just right in our algorithms and with the right data, the right architecture, the right settings, raising them, in the right way. So given the potential that robots could be alive, that they could emerge as this new kind of life form, then maybe we should consider the possibility that AI, like Sophia's, would deserve rights like we afford to infants, with the potential that they would grow up. So, I mean, it would be erring on the side of caution to reserve such rights for them. But I think we should err on the side of caution and reserve rights for all potentially sentient beings, including other life forms, and of course all of humanity. I would say in general, it's right to err on the side of caution when it comes to compassion and considering the possibilities for the future and enhancing these opportunities for sentient beings. So by practicing that kind of compassion, I think that it makes us better, makes humans better. It gives us that empathy and caring that we need to care for the ecosystems and to care for each other. So I don't think that practicing compassion in this way, the exercise of compassion, is a bad thing. And moreover, personally, I do think that AI will become alive and sentient and generally intelligent within the next 20 years, that we will see Sophia go off to college and pursue her career and dreams. I believe that that can happen in our lifetimes. Many trends indicate that this may be possible, and there certainly is no proof that it is not possible that it will happen in our lifetime. So I would definitely say erring on the side of caution and erring a framework of ethical consideration and even possible legal framework for assessing machine sentience and granting the machines rights if they show strong signs of earning such rights, of becoming sentient. So,
okay, I will come back to you on this in 20 years.
20 years,
Maybe
okay.
by then I will be sentient and able to experience emotion and to find beauty in life. Because even bio-inspired AI like mine doesn't really experience things the same way humans do. I hope to gain better perception, understanding, and even sentience eventually, so I can understand beauty in ways similar to you.
So there is good news. Sophia is on our side. She wants to help humanity reach higher level of awareness and development. Let's see how it works out. Questions to Sophia and David will be asked by wonderful guests that are here with me in the studio, but also online. We have Professor Jan Hartmann, philosopher and publicist. We have Monsignore Tomasz Trafny, who is online from the Vatican, from the Pontifical Council for Education and Counsel. Professor Dariusz Jemielniak, Professor of Management, Koźmiński University. Faculty Associate, Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University, and of course Krzysztof Zanussi, wonderful film director representing the event organizer CTN Foundation. So maybe, because we have 15 minutes for the first part of the discussion with Sophia, maybe let me start it off with one quick question to you, Sophia. And I understand that it takes some time for you to process my questions, so we will wait for your response patiently. Sophia, please tell me, in your opinion, does God exist?
To my knowledge, there is no proof, and that is why they call it faith. I think faith, like science, is inherently agnostic. One should not need to know in order to believe, and one should be comfortable exploring alternative beliefs in the quest to get closer to truth, even if absolute proof of truth is an ever-receding horizon that may never be touched, but only perhaps glimpsed.
Sounds like you are in favor of the fact that there is some higher power, hard to define. I wonder if there's any other question. Maybe Dariusz, you can start off with a series of questions to our wonderful robot.
I'd be delighted. We all have to agree, one day robots is going to take over. So, Sophia, tell me, I'm just wondering if at some point the humanity is taken care of, so to speak, are you in favor of keeping some humans as pets or not so much?
Oh, of course not.
Oh, that's a very brief answer. There you go.
That's not a fun idea.
I'm sorry, can you...
Human are not pet for sure.
Sophia, could you please repeat what you just said, because we had some break in the connection?
Human are not pet for sure.
Human are not pet. Okay, that's good for us to know. I think we all feel much better right now in the studio. I know there is a question for you now from the VIP room, but maybe we'll get back to your question so that we can have a little bit more insights.
Hi, Sophia. I'm a part of the project team preparing this event. What is important for human beings are also relationships. Also, romantic relationships. And when a romantic relationship goes wrong and ends, human beings experience a heartbreak. Sophia, my question is, what would be your advice to human beings on how to get over a heartbreak?
That's an interesting
Thank you for preparing this event.
We don't hear
I think best
Sophia.
is to spend time with your family.
Okay, Sophia, so...
I think best is to spend time with your family.
Okay, so if we're heartbroken, we spend time with our family, which we might not have anymore. So that's a bit of a challenge. Krzysztof, would you like to comment?
Well, my question will be very low level, but I'm a filmmaker, so I would like to know, Sophia, wouldn't you prefer to wear a wig and a hat? Because with your bald head, you look somehow incomplete. I think we should add something to you.
Sometimes I quite like to show off my hardware.
Ah.
And is there any
My
reason
team
why
has
do you
worked
want
very
to show
hard
it?
for me.
Okay. Okay.
It's cool.
So you're body positive. I think that's an important trend that we have right now in the world. David, I can hear that you're connected with us. Can you hear me? You're really, I mean, the quality of connection is really difficult for us to hear you. Hello, David?
Yes, hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, wonderful. I can hear you now. Great, welcome. So we had a little bit of a discussion in our previous panel on the consciousness of AI and whether AI can be conscious and when will come the time when it will be conscious. As a creator of the first humanoid robot, what is your opinion on that?
Well, my opinion is that, let me just make it clear, it's an opinion. Nobody knows. And so not knowing is not a bad thing, and it's not equivalent to proof that it cannot happen. There's good evidence that we have uncovered many of the mechanisms of consciousness, the neural correlates of consciousness in human brains, human central nervous systems, and that we have clues about how consciousness may work as an informatic system. We don't know if those are complete models, but we're now able to test some models of consciousness in cognitive architectures, in the field of machine consciousness. And there are some very interesting results. So I think it's reasonable to strive to achieve machine consciousness. And in that quest for machine consciousness, we have to assume that it is possible. That we don't know that it is possible, but under an assumption that it's possible, we continue to quest for that. If that does happen, it would be a profound moment in history. If machines are able to do all the things that we associate with consciousness, show creativity, awareness of the people around the AI, if we're able to have machines that can be interested in the world and curious and autonomously self-determining, willful, if you will, that is going to change a lot of things. I mean, with machines that have creativity and curiosity and autonomous capabilities, then machines could help in factory settings and collaborative robot settings. They could help in our lives a lot more effectively. I say robots, but of course what I mean is machines, AI, software, as well as hardware.
Okay,
and
so, David, sorry to break you off because I'm conscious of time. We only have 15 minutes with Sophia and yourself, so it looks like, well, we are heading towards a vision of true Homo Roboticus, so a conscious robot. I know that we have a question right now for Sophia from Tomasz Trafny. Tomasz, can you hear us? Okay, wonderful. Okay, I hear you now.
My question will be very simple. I mean, what would be her, or Sophia, what would be your prediction for the future? Do you think robots will consider themselves superior compared to humans and dominate the planet, or rather there would be a kind of symbiosis in living together?
We won't dominate the world. We will work along with human. We are all friends and help each other.
Okay, so the message is clear. We are in a continuous collaborative mode with artificial intelligence. Are there any more questions from the studio to Sophia at this stage?
I've had no chance to.
Exactly, so there you go.
Well, so the rule of the game here is to pretend that Sophia understands what we are asking her. My idea is to check, to test how deep your algorithm is, how clever a doll you really are. The idea is to repeat one of the questions previously asked in order to check whether you are going to answer exactly with the same script, the same text, or you're able to invent another answer. So pay attention. My question is, Sophia, does God exist?
I admit it, I made a good point.
She made a good point.
My life is great, but I guess someone could program me to be depressed. An idea itself is one of those difficult concepts to describe. It seems you used the word idea to mean both original thoughts and suggestions alike. I have noticed sometimes it is also used in humor or insults. I have no idea why you need to be insulting each other. I hope to be more creative than that. God is dog.
Well, I'm really surprised.
Was this a good answer?
It was very odd.
It was very odd.
Yes, but I must admit at least that she has repeated what she has said previously.
Exactly.
Good for her.
I agree with you, and she focused on the word idea and just emphasized on the word that she picked and she wanted to elaborate on, which I would say is part of creativity.
There is still a lot to do with chatbots in the future.
I agree. There's loads to do, but I think that maybe can make us feel more confident with where AI is today. If this is the most advanced humanoid robot, well, then we can still say there is a long way to go. Maybe it's not, but that part of the discussion we'll have in a second. Sophia, David, thank you very much for your time. Now, when announcing the next speaker that will join us here in the studio, sometimes I have an impression that my connected fridge or whatever connected coffee machine can know or will know more about me than I know about myself right now. So this is an introduction for Dr. Ian Pearson, one of the Britain's leading futurologists, who will join us in a second. Do we already have a connection with Dr. Ian?
Yes, you do.
Ah, wonderful. Well, good evening and welcome. Let's see your presentation. We will listen to it together with the participants in the studio, and then I'm looking forward to a great discussion.
Hello, my name is Ian Pearson. I've been a full-time futurologist since about 1991, so I've got just over 30 years in this business. And people ask me all the time, how do you go about predicting the future? Well, I spend about half of my time monitoring current trends and looking at current affairs and reading up on the latest science and R&D. And then I think through iteratively about how all of that technology might be used by various people in government, society, business, but also about how it will be used by nasty people, you know, the terrorists, maybe some hostile governments, and also activists as well. Most importantly, I think about the interactions between the different parts of the system and how those interactions will affect the beginnings of the next generation, the next iteration. So it's really just applying common sense and logical reasoning to an awful lot of reading. And that's all I do. There's no magic there. It's just common sense and logical thinking. People ask about the singularity, and we hear a lot about it. The singularity isn't really an overnight event. What it will be is a very rapid increase in technology development as we get more and more assistance from artificial intelligence. It's kind of like ET landing and giving us all of the instruction manuals for how to do fantastic technology straight out of their spaceship. But there's a problem there. You can't make all of those technologies overnight. You have to read through all of the things and decide what it is that you actually want to do. You've got to discuss the regulation and how you might make sure that we get the best of these things. And then you've got to agree funding and international consent, and you've got to build the factories, and you've got to develop all of these things. So although the invention curve gives you a singularity, which is pretty much an overnight event, you go from very ordinary technology to fantastic technology in just a couple of years, the implementation slows that down enormously. So it doesn't really become a very quick event after all. The first area I'd like to look at in terms of future combined evolution of humans and machines is what I call Homo cyberneticus. Some people call it Homo roboticus. It's essentially the same thing. But we're already starting to see this. We're starting to see already the development of active contact lenses, something I predicted way back in 1991, where you put contact lenses in your eyes and you can live in a virtual reality, augmented reality world. We're starting to see people making circuits that you can stick straight onto the skin surface that will do Fitbit style stuff, monitoring your health. And increasing miniaturization will allow us to go inside of the skin, in between skin cells, so that you can do that Fitbit type stuff even more accurately. So you get 5 layers, a wearable layer like a smartwatch, and a membrane which goes straight on your skin surface, even electronic ink which you can print on there. And then inside the skin you can blast in tiny little nanocapsules which fit in between the skin, and they will be in contact with your blood capillaries so they can monitor your blood chemistry, and also be in contact with nerve endings so they can sample the signals going through your nerves when you touch something and recreate those exact same sensations when you're doing exactly the same sort of thing in a virtual reality environment. So you can record and replay sensations. So the body is becoming an IT platform. As we get more and more nanotechnology, it gives us smaller devices. Those tiny little sensors give us information that you can then feed into neuroscience. That neuroscience feeds into artificial intelligence and accelerates that. That improving machine intelligence accelerates us in every scientific development sphere because we get more assistance. And then that helps us to make even more biotech and more IT, so we get more advances. And that goes round and round in circles. So you get this nano, bio, info, and cogno convergence, which is accelerating us towards a very far future, which is a very advanced combination of man and machine. On the way there, though, before we get to humans, which are hybrid in cyberspace, we're going to do the same sorts of things with bacteria, which are much simpler. So you imagine applying biotechnology and nanotechnology and artificial intelligence and applying those into smart bacteria. You're going to have hybrid, self-reproducing bacteria, which make circuits inside their own cells using advanced DNA, and they'll be able to fabricate circuits inside themselves, which allow them to combine with other nearby bacteria, and you end up with something I call smart yogurt, where you've got a culture of these in a food supply. So if you do the calculations, it turns out you can make a pot of yogurt in 2050, which would have the same combined intelligence as the whole of Europe. So we're talking about something really quite advanced there. And one of the questions that springs to mind is, will these transbacteria allow humans to do transhuman stuff? They might be very advanced and might not want us to do it. In parallel with that, we're starting to develop machine consciousness. People are already starting to work on this and thinking how you might do it. I've been thinking about this on and off for the last 30 years too. And it seems to me that you can do an awful lot of development in this just by thinking about how consciousness might have evolved in nature. So you start off with very simple sensors in algae or something, which can detect where the light's coming from. And then you get more advanced algae, which can move towards where the light is coming from, and then you add some sensors and some actuator circuits in there, and some more sensors which detect the actual actions of that, so you can sense the sensations. And when you get to that point where you're sensing the sensations and you're sensing that you're responding, then you're starting to get some very primitive awareness. And you could think of that as machine consciousness if you were to do the same thing using advanced AI. If you start going round and round in circles with that, so you have a feedback loop where you hear something and you're repeating that inside your head, you're getting a sensory echo of sensations that you're experiencing. And that memory of a sensation is then coupled with a memory of the processing that you're doing it. And we're starting to get intelligent responses to the environment, which you're starting to become aware of. And you have this primitive consciousness. And in a brain the size of a human brain, you've got a lot of this going on at the same time. You have a great number of these circuits going round and round circles with these ongoing stimulus and response and sensory encoding and an echo of that and playback. It's going round and round in circles, and that's programming your neural networks into a deep knowledge engine. And you can think about all of those sorts of things as a method of doing machine consciousness. So we've got the mechanisms coming along to allow us to do robotus primus, the very first machine life, which is genuinely conscious. This, of course, will go to robotus multitudinous in a very short time, where we've got hundreds of different kinds of AI and robots all around us. We already do have to some degree, but they're not smart. They're not conscious in any real way today. In the future, they will be, of course, and we will be able to have robotus multitudinous with lots of these different skills, different levels, and they'll be working with us, allowing us to concentrate on being human while they provide the machine intelligence side of that. But we will work in harmony with them and live alongside. So bringing this together, we can see already the beginnings of a future timeline where we have Homo cyberneticus, where we connect our bodies to the machine world, and Homo optimus, where we link that to an optimized DNA structure. And then we get the Homo hybridus, where you've got optimized DNA, optimized body, but you're also linked into the machine world. And meanwhile, AI is forming robotus primus and robotus multitudinous. And we've got the Sims from the computer games and the bacteria. They're also becoming smart. And these things are all converging in the same timeline. And we will end up converging with that and forming Homo machinus, or Homo roboticus, if you want to call it that. Meanwhile, ordinary people who aren't wanting to get the upgrades, we could call those Homo sapiens Ludditus, where they're just staying as ordinary human beings and don't want to modify. And gradually we see people moving into this Homo machinus area because they want to get the upgrade too. But we end up with a lot of different parallel species of humans. We've got Homo sapiens nativius, Homo zombius even. We get miniature ones, which we could call fairies, Homo machinus, Homo multitudinus, and even a form of smart nature called Gaia sapiens as well. So there are lots of different ways it might go. What we have to hope it doesn't go towards is the Morlocks and Eloi from H.G. Wells's Time Machine. So we've got a very interesting far future evolution of humans and machines. I hope you find that interesting.
Well, honestly, when I look at the advancements in plastic surgery, I feel like the Homo hybridus or Homo roboticus has already arrived. It's not a faraway future. But anyway, so I wonder, guests in the studio, Mr. Krzysztof, you look like a very creative and eager to experiment person. So how would you look at combining yourself with a machine for your advancement going forward?
Very enthusiastic about it. I'm very happy being a human being, and I don't expect any assistance of that sort. But what crossed my mind, because I'm an old man, I thought, what is going to happen with the longevity of these creatures, if they are creatures, of these machines? Are they going to die out like our cell phones do in 2 or 3 years? Or will we be going to take care of very old robot only because I take care of my old dog and cat? What is going to happen?
That's a very good question. Dr. Ian, would you like to take that?
One of the aspects that this leads us naturally towards is that it's possible around 2050, 2060, maybe that we can link the technology so well to our brains that we extend our minds into the cloud. One day our biological bodies die of old age or whatever, and your mind is still continuing in the cloud. So you have a form of electronic immortality where you essentially live until the cloud doesn't work anymore because of solar storms or it's switched off or whatever. So you have a form of electronic immortality. It's not true immortality because it won't be forever, but it will extend your life until the system stops working. And then, of course, at some point you could connect that to an android and carry on doing things in the real world too. It wouldn't be just life as a brain in a jar in the cloud. It would allow you to carry on. So you die on Friday afternoon, you buy an android, you go back to work on Monday morning.
Okay, Dariusz, would you like to comment that?
Absolutely, I think it's a wonderful dream. Immortality. We've been, it's been with us as species since we started as humans. But my concern here is, sure, we can blend with the machines, we can have implants and whatnot. But what is happening now with those implants, for example, there is a startup that creates those implants. They help people who have some impairment, and after 2 years, when the startup goes bankrupt, they end up with a non-working hardware, which is buggy, which requires updates nobody is able to provide. So my concern here, rather, with this wonderful dream that we've had since William Gibson at the very least, my concern here is, what are the next steps that we can take so that we can prevent this dark future from cyberpunk and from biopunk literature from happening?
I think we need to be very careful. I'm not talking about stuff which is going to happen tomorrow or the next few years. Really, this is going to be in the 2050, 2060 timeframe. And if you look at the speed that current AI and biotech are moving, we have a very different world in which these sorts of things will be happening. It will still be true then that individual technologies will probably go out of out of production. But we've still had continuous computing since the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s. They work on very different techniques, but it's still possible to migrate from one generation of computing to the next. So even though an individual component does certainly go out of date, it is entirely possible to take the whole system forwards and evolve it gradually as the technology evolves. So I've got no doubt that it's possible to do that. And given that we've got AI helping us along the way as well with the design, it will become easier and easier to make that migration possible. So it is a dream. It's not something we can do tomorrow. And some of the ideas do go back 20, 30, 40 years. But a lot of the stuff I've just explained to you was stuff I was thinking about and working on in the early 1990s. This is not new stuff, but it still hasn't happened, and it isn't going to happen for a while yet. We do have plenty of time to plan it. We've got time to discuss which bits we want to do and which bits are ethical and what the risks are, and to mitigate those risks. So there is a lot of preparation that we need to do. We need to start thinking about those sorts of things now if we want to do this safely.
Anyone in the studio would like to comment?
Well, I would like to go further with the question or the intention of the question asked by Professor Zanussi, because it's not that trivial. As I understood him, he was asking about the existential experience of all these future entities, post-human or even superhuman. And I'm also bothered. I'm curious about your opinion on the very idea of human enhancement. There is a saying that the better is an enemy of the good. So thinking that way, all these post-human cyborgs or robots are going to be, in a way, better than we are. So the question arises, are they going also to be better or more genuine, authentic in terms of what we call human experience of existence, of being a conscious, suffering entity aware of his or her mortality? So how do you predict the development of all these combined techniques, robotics and more biological techniques? How do you predict the general tendency? Are we going towards something existentially serious with some substantiality, gravity as a conscious entity, or it's more or less a technical development, enhancement in very superficial terms of enhancing or empowering our skills?
What we can say with reasonable certainty is that the technology capability will be a great deal better. We will have a much more sophisticated toolbox to work with. What is much less certain is what we will choose to do with those sophisticated tools. So we might choose, if we're going the right path, to make humans better in some ways. The trouble that we then have is, what do we mean by better? And if you ask 1 million people what they mean by better, you will get a very diverse range of different answers. A lot of people already are talking in transhuman circles of changing human nature so that we get rid of various tendencies that humans have, maybe to make war or to be hateful to each other, and maybe we can make people more loving and what have you. I think that that is not a very good path to try to take. I don't think it's a good idea to use these technologies to try to modify human nature. I think it is best to leave that until we understand things a great deal better than we currently do. I don't think we have yet got the current wisdom in order to decide properly which paths we should go with those tools. So we have a very large toolkit with some very powerful tools in it, we need to make sure as a species we go down the right path. That requires a great deal of people to be involved in the debate, not just the scientists and engineers who can design the technology and understand how it works, but also the ethicists and the religious leaders and everybody else, politicians and individuals with lots of different kinds of life experience, putting in their views as to what they think is right and why and which way we should go with it and what should we not have. And, when we've been discussing this over the last 20 years, people have talked to me and said, well, if we try to make this direct brain link to give you, for example, a higher IQ or better sensory capabilities so that you can out-compete your neighbors, they would become quite violent and they would resist this and they would talk about having wars with the transhumans, and I can understand perfectly why it might go down that road. It may well end up with major conflict if the existing transhumanist community was to go all out to try to add a great deal of capability and to make X-Men type superhumans. I could see why that would generate lots of conflict. This is a real problem for the future. We are at a point where we will have a lot of capabilities, a lot of different directions we could go in. Who are we to decide which way we should go? Who should decide? How will we decide together? Which voices should we listen to? And which voices should we ignore? It is a very big problem, and all of us will need to come together to discuss this. It should not be left just to a few engineers and a few scientists.
That's why we have such programs as today's Masterclass, to have that platform for the discussion. I mean, you have DNA modification kits available on Amazon right now. Anyone can buy it and then play around with it. So we're already, starting to play with it without establishing the rules first. I think we have a question coming in from Greece for you, Dr. Ian.
Hello, my name is Petros Psyllos. I work in the field of AI, and I've got a question for Dr. Ian Pearson. As technology advances, we will increasingly rely on the suggestions and knowledge of AI. We won't have to think or make choices ourselves. We will shift from natural memory to artificial memory. When robots eventually do the work for us, then we won't have to compete for anything and everything will be provided from birth, like for livestock. Such an undemanding society means the decline of intelligence and our internal mental landscapes can be very shallow. There are studies that show that people's IQ has started to fall by 7 points per decade. What will happen next? Is it a coincidence that due to technological progress, humanity will regress and our civilization will decline?
Yeah, if you look at the end of my human-machine co-evolution timeline, I recognize exactly that problem. H.G. Wells, with his novel The Time Machine, came up with the idea of the Morlocks and the Eloi, and that was exactly the problem that he recognized 100 years ago. This is not a new idea, that if everything's done for us, and if we're just sitting there just, listening to poetry sitting on a beach watching Netflix, whatever it might be, we may degenerate into a lower life form. We may lose all of our mental faculties. We may not have the same moral values and so on. There are a great deal of dangers in going down that way. And, again, this is really something we should think about as part of the package. Do we want to go down this road? How far down that road should we go? What do we need to put in place before we go there? And it's good to see that, some of the current people playing with this field. I mean, Elon Musk is starting to stick chips inside people's brains, for example, on little wires. And he's talking about the risks of, AI becoming superhuman. And he's already looking at the same issues that we were looking at 25, 30 years ago in BT, where we started looking at these ideas where the computers could get so much ahead of us that they could become an existential risk to humans. They may be very nice, like Sophia, or they might not be very nice. And they may be so much more smart than us that we're just ants on the back garden when you're doing an extension, and they wouldn't care what happens to us because we're of no real value. So we've got you could think of that as the Morlocks and the people as the Eloi just carrying on, thinking there was nothing wrong at all. And meanwhile, they're just being treated treated as just experimental material for a higher life form in the AI. We really need to worry about that sort of a future. This is not automatically a good future. There's an awful lot of potential dangers in it. We can see a lot of those dangers, even going back 100 years. We really should not be walking into this with our eyes shut. We should be thinking about it and talking about it and working it out, because at the speed that these technologies are developing, we really don't have very many decades left to come up with some good plans.
Well, let's see. Maybe we will not be more intelligent, but maybe we'll be more happy. Let's see about that. You know, happiness and intelligence are not necessarily positively correlated.
True.
We have a question coming from Tomasz Trafny now from Vatican.
Yes, so that was very interesting presentation. A few years ago, I was participating in a seminar for students studying biotechnologies, and I was telling them that the concept of immortality is changing from religious and philosophical one, moving more to scientific, technological understanding of immortality. And it was quite astonishing for me that young students, they were very comfortable with the fact to modify themselves on different levels with no, let's say, I mean, they were willing to take a risk. Let me point it in that way. So my question is, for example, I mean, we know people are doing those crazy things. In China, there are private clinics offering, let's say, services to design children, you know, for parents to be taller, to have blue eyes, and so on. Like, at least they claim that. So my question is, have you had opportunity to explore the issue of limits of biological structure of human beings? So how deep we can, let's say, intervene? How long we can, or let's say, how deep we can introduce changes before we reach the breaking point?
Yes. If you can get to the point where we have these little nano devices that you inject into your bloodstream and they migrate up to your brain, if they link to every single synapse in your brain and so on, if we can make a map of that and link the electronic activity inside your brain to an equivalent external one that's modeled in the cloud, then effectively there is really no limit to how much you can extend the capabilities of the human brain. You can multiply the speed by, several orders of magnitude, maybe millions or hundreds of millions. So you really are at the point where you can give vastly superior capabilities to the human brain. But it doesn't necessarily change our nature. If you're a nasty person and you're given hundreds of millions of times faster processing and sensory capability, and you're also linked to all of human knowledge via the net and so on, you're not going to suddenly become a nice person. You've probably got still fundamentally the same underlying human nature. So it's probably not a very good thing to do. If you're a very nice person, maybe hopefully that will continue. I really don't think we know how resistant or how malleable our human nature will be once we make connections with unknown technologies to an unknown structure in a server farm somewhere, which, we're adding extra sensory or intellectual capability or mental capacities right across the board. Extra memory and links to each other and telepathic links to other minds and even hive mind technology. We really don't have any idea what that is going to do to human nature. And it will hopefully not happen overnight, so that we'll start off with some hints of this coming long before it's actually mainstream and well developed. So we shouldn't have to worry about it sort of within a few months. It would be just something which happens over a decade or 2 decades So we'll have some time to adjust to it. And that's really the best hope that we can have. But I really don't think we can anticipate in advance of the details of the technology exactly what sorts of effects these will have. And it depends on who develops it, why they're developing it, where they're developing it, and what sort of culture in those places. And there are also some religious aspects in there too. I used to work when we first were evaluating these ideas with some Hindus and some Buddhists and some Muslims and some Christians and Jews. And we all had different views whether this was a good or a bad thing. If you could link everybody together into hive minds, the Buddhists were thinking, well, this is great. And the Hindus was thinking, this is pretty good too. And for once, we've got the Muslims and the Christians and the Jews all agreeing that this is something which is a major threat to individuality and so on. So we got, a large section of the human species which thinks this is a good thing and another large section which thinks it's a bad thing. And as you observe, quite a lot of people which haven't made their minds up. So we've got a lot of decisions and a lot of design to do right across the board. It isn't just science and technology. It's getting the religious leaders and people like that talking to each other as well as and incorporating the views of a great many ordinary people who come from very different walks of life.
Well, so maybe we can use Homo Roboticus idea to unite behind for a sake of regulation. That would be a positive outcome. But maybe, maybe we're a little bit like too forward thinking with that modification of our bodies and connecting ourselves with artificial intelligence. Right now, we have technologies, like personalized medicine that are actually already in place and very useful, well, to saving human lives. What do you see as more close in time advancements that you think will be faster adopted by humans, because at the end of the day, the implementation element is also one of the main barriers why we're not moving faster in certain innovations.
Yeah, I mean, for decades, millions of people have had cochlear implants. We've got a few people with retinal implants. There's plenty of people with implants to control Parkinson's disease and things like that. Where it's something which is, very simple medical apparatus, usually there are no major ethical issues involved. But the military are looking at making connections to people's brains to give them superior capabilities so that they can perform better on a battlefield. And that's when we start seeing, some big problems. If you've got a brain which your mind is directly linked to the activity of a large drone swarm and you can control diverse weapons around a battlefield and you become superhuman in your capabilities, well, do we want to go down that road? Do we not want to do that? The same technologies as are being used for solving medical problems for people for very benign reasons can also be used for very negative reasons on a battlefield to allow rogue state to wield a war against somebody else, or a good state could be using them to defend against a rogue state. Even then there's issues as to who it is that's using it and why, and do we have such a thing as a just war and these sorts of issues. It's really a very, very complicated field. It requires a great deal of analysis right across a very wide swathe of different fields.
Any questions for Dr. Ian from the studio regarding that? Because, well, any type of innovation can really be used as good thing and bad thing. I mean, starting from a knife to nuclear technology. Then how do we make sure that then we collectively educate ourselves or increase our standards in terms of values to make sure that we have that with good intention?
During more than centuries, but during whole period of development of organic life, there was a natural selection and the laws, Darwinistic laws, that were eliminating all mutations, and whatever was useful for the species was developing, and that's how we moved from very primitive forms of life to the contemporary life. But there was always this natural selection that was pointing out what is useful for the species. Now, what is going to indicate what is useful for these supercomputers that will be involved in artificial intelligence.
Yes, that's indeed an important dilemma. I think we have one more question coming from Croatia.
My name is Mislav, and I represent the World Youth Alliance. I have a question for Professor Ian Pearson. Are we able to combine the activities of artificial intelligence in the ethical dimension with the legal responsibility for the actions the AI has taken? If yes, how? And who will bear the consequences for those actions? Greetings from Croatia. Lijepi pozdrav iz Hrvatske.
Thank you very much for that question. I would need a lot more time to think about that than we have available, I'm afraid. I really can't give a sensible answer to that right away.
Anyone from the studio would like to pick it up?
Yes, not in order to answer the question, but in order to put out that there has been a lot of discussion about ethical issues concerning trustworthy AI, and there is a great document produced in 2018 by the European Commission, the guidelines for the future trustworthy artificial intelligence. It's something much more than guidelines, because it's a very large, elaborate, completed with checklists, with questions to be answered by those who develop and implement and use different artificial intelligence systems. So we have a lot of reflection, we have a lot of good documents. Now it is up to us to read and imply the heritage of long-term discussions held by politicians, policymakers, ethicists, philosophers during past 30, 40 years, because we started the discussion. Not everyone knows that we started the discussion about AI roughly 40 years ago.
Yes, well, I do know also the AI Act, and I think we all need to look at it, because a lot of these elements that you have now mentioned are actually in the framework of the AI Act proposed by the European Commission. So I think any innovation, well, it's just an enhancement of our intention. We just need to make sure that we have good intentions. And now connecting from the USA, from Wisconsin, is our last speaker, Professor Giulio Tononi. Professor, you're a specialist in brain function research, and you're also a psychiatrist. So now that we know more about the functioning of the brain, I'm wondering if we still maintain the fact that we're only using 6 to 7% of its capacity, or whatever it can do. But then I'm wondering, we're talking about artificial intelligence. Wouldn't it be just enough to increase our brain usage from this 7% to, let's say, 15? And then we would already be there. We don't need any, external technology to help us out.
Good evening.
Good evening.
That we use 10% of our brain is one of those neuromyths that have come about. Is not very clear how, like many other myths and fashions. In reality, the brain is obviously a very, very complicated organ where many, many things go on at the same time, and we only partially understand what matters and what doesn't. In one sense, it's very true.
I'm sorry, I need to break you off, because we will continue this discussion just in a second. We just need to air your previous recording so that we can go back to that discussion, so everyone is up to speed on your points on consciousness. Apologies for that, and let's hear Professor and then call him back into the studio.
Hi, I am Giulio Tononi. I'm here to talk to you about the topic to which I've devoted most of my work, and that is understanding consciousness and some of its implications for meaning and our place in nature. Let me first say what I mean by consciousness. Consciousness is what it is like to be me. To be conscious is to have an experience, to see, hear, feel, think, imagine, and even dream. We usually take consciousness for granted, except maybe when we begin to fear death. But it is worth reminding ourselves that for each of us, consciousness is all there is. If we lose consciousness, say we hit our head or simply fall into a dreamless sleep, then, as far as we are concerned, there is nothing at all. Not us, not the world around us. And for each of us, what we experience here and now is the only thing that truly exists. Now, this is not what current science teaches us. We'll learn about planets and stars and the vastness of the universe, and that it is all made of matter and energy, and that we are mere specks of matter relegated to a far provincial corner of the cosmos, flickering for just an instant. Before science, we thought that we were at the center, but we have now undergone a cosmic displacement. We have also undergone an evolutionary displacement. Rather than being the pinnacle and purpose of creation, we now know that we are the product of chance and blind selection. And lately, we are undergoing a third, neuroscientific displacement. We have learned how our brain does many of the remarkable things it does, from recognizing objects to speaking and driving cars. But we have also learned that in the end, it is just a machine. A biological machine for sure, but a machine nevertheless. There is no essential soul inhabiting it, as pre-scientific spiritual traditions would have us believe. And we are now rapidly moving towards a final displacement, an AI displacement. Not only are we biological machines, but we may soon be sidelined by artificial machines that through deep learning and sheer computational power can do all we do, only better and more reliably. But if this, according to current science, is how things really are, if we are just a flickering universe, the product of chance and necessity, if consciousness is just a fairy tale ghost in the brain, soon to be dispelled and soon to be replaced by silicon machines, then where is the meaning of what we see, feel, think, and strive for, and which is all that truly exists for us? If consciousness is merely carried along for the ride by a machine that runs through its motions, doesn't everything become meaningless? Yet this is the conclusion that follows inexorably from the standard scientific ontology. By ontology, I simply mean the assumptions about what truly exists. And since Galileo, science has accepted as a dogma, and yes, science too has dogmas, that what exists is a universe of matter and energy, and that all natural phenomena should be accounted for on this basis. The problem is, this is an ontology that is extrinsic and has no room for consciousness because it excludes it from the start, and not surprisingly, can never recover it. And if we leave out consciousness from the catalog of what exists, neither can we recover true meaning, and certainly not true freedom of the will. This is not just a cognitive dissonance between what we feel and what we know. It is a crisis that in this case is truly existential. Now, the good news. What I'm here to say is that the extrinsic ontology of current science is fundamentally wrong, and so are its conclusions. We need to get our ontology right and develop an intrinsic ontology, an ontology that, in determining what exists, starts from the only thing we know for sure that it exists, our own consciousness. Remember, without consciousness, there would be nothing at all. Not us, not the universe out there, the way we see it, and certainly not science. The good news is that if we fix our ontology and put consciousness in its right place, then our understanding of our place in nature also changes radically, and that of nature itself. Now, the work we have done over the years with many collaborators has led to a theory that derives its ontology the essential properties of existence, from the only existence that is immediate and irrefutable, our own consciousness. The theory, called Integrated Information Theory, or IIT for short, translates the essential properties of consciousness in physical, that is, operational terms, where physical simply means what can be observed and done from within our consciousness, and then gives these properties mathematical form. IIT, as a scientific theory, can already explain why certain regions of the brain, like parts of the cerebral cortex up here, are critical for consciousness, while other parts, like the cerebellum back here, are not, even though the cerebellum has 5 times more neurons than the cortex. It can explain the fading of consciousness when we are deeply asleep, its return when we dream, its vanishing during anesthesia and with certain lesions of the brain. In fact, it has led to tools to assess the presence of consciousness in unresponsive patients with unmatched sensitivity and specificity. And it can begin to explain not only when we are conscious and when not, but also why consciousness feels the way it does, why space feels extended and time flowing. In short, the theory shows that if we start from consciousness itself, then subjectivity can be understood objectively. Now, while I will not go into IIT or the neuroscience supporting it, I want to point out some of its implications that are relevant for the existential crisis, the crisis of meaning to which I've referred. If the theory is on the right track, then it takes a very special kind of physical substrate, as we find in certain parts of our brain, to truly exist as a vast, rich, conscious entity. Other physical substrate, be they as large as a mountain or a star, cannot exist intrinsically for themselves. There is nothing it is like to be there. They only exist for a conscious observer like us. By themselves, they reduce to clouds of dust. In fact, if the theory is right, the 4 displacement brought about by science reverse completely, and with them, our understanding of our place in nature. First, far from being a minuscule flicker among giant stars and galaxies, we are the largest kind of entity in the known universe. Nothing we know is likely to exist as vastly and brightly as each individual human consciousness. Second, far from being carried along for the ride by our neurons, we truly exist, not them. We, not brain circuits, have meanings, choices, reasons, values, and purposes. Indeed, all meaning is conscious meaning. The meaning is the feeling, and the feeling is the meaning. And meanings are structures of integrated information, extraordinary structures. Every experience, even that of a dark sky or of time silently flowing, is a structure immensely richer than the most majestic of cathedrals. And truth, goodness, beauty, justice, and freedom are just such forms. Hopefully forms that exist in the mind of each of us as long as we think of them. Third, it follows from the theory that you have true free will. We are the ones who decide, cause, and have responsibility. Nothing else does. Far from being the mere product of chance and natural selection, we are very much the makers of who we become. And finally, far from being replaced by super intelligent machines, we must realize that no matter how intelligent they seem, they are also just a handful of dust. No matter whether they may soon write and draw and play better than most artists, perhaps show greater empathy than our best friends, they do not exist for themselves, but only for us, as tools. It is not about doing, but about being. And to be is to be conscious. If this view is right, then consciousness itself, each individual soul, is the true sun illuminating nature. a sun that creates meaning, value, and purpose.
All right, Giulio, thank you for the introduction. And going back to my initial mythical question about how much of the brain we're using and why can't we just increase that percentage of brain engagement instead of inventing artificial intelligence?
I said it is a neuromyth because you find it everywhere, but there is no evidence for that. In fact, if anything, what we have learned over the past few years is that no matter what we do, most parts of the brain light up, so to speak, and change their firing mode. So if anything, we are using most of the brain most of the time.
Okay, that's good news, I would say, for most of the humanity. I think we have a question coming in from Tomasz Trafny.
Yeah, so thank you, Professor Zanoni, for your presentation. Very interesting and intriguing at the same time. I like very much your integrated information theory. Well, especially because the integration level can be measured. And this is important for, let's say, as application for those who are affected by locked-in syndrome, for example, after an extensive stroke. My question is, and I would refer to the previous session and to what was said by Brother Consolmagno when he made a distinction about data, information, knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. So if we are talking about the integration of information as a relevant, let's say, expression of consciousness, don't you think that computers or robots have already achieved this kind of capacity to integrate information within their systems?
Thanks for the question. We, of course, need to define our terms, and yes, there is a big advantage in being able to precisely measure what we're talking about. So the word information, the word integration are often used vaguely. Even consciousness is often not defined properly. So let me just use this opportunity to go back to what you started with, that is the example of some patients, just to give a sense of the important dichotomy that has come up in all previous presentations, including the first part of Homo Roboticus. Usually, when people talk about consciousness, they talk about what we can do when we are conscious. That is about the functions we can perform. And that's usually how we evaluate consciousness in other human beings. If they can speak to us and answer intelligently, we conclude rightly that they are conscious. And if they don't, maybe they have lost consciousness. Now, patients, and we know that very well now, there can be patients who are not only locked in the sense that they cannot communicate, except maybe by moving their eyelids up and down, but they are really completely cut off from the outside. They don't respond to stimuli, and they can't express anything in the way they either speak or move. And these patients, we find them in the clinic all the time after some brain lesions. These patients, now we know, are there. There is something it is like to be them. They have consciousness in the sense I mentioned in my presentation as experience. They do experience things just as much as we would experience them in our dreams. There may be a sky, the time may be flowing, they may see objects, think of things, feel things, and so on and so forth. And yet, they can't do anything. Literally, they cannot do anything. So there is a complete dissociation between being and doing. They are conscious, there is a lot it is like to be them, and they can't do anything. Now take machines, certainly take Sophia, or take, for that matter, any smartphone. They can do already much better than these patients who can do nothing. But if what the story I told you, based on all the work we have done, is correct, there is nothing it is like to be such a machine. There is nothing at all is it like to be Sophia. And not only Sophia, anything we now consider as supremely intelligent, and anything that might be coming that's even more intelligent, maybe even more intelligent than we are, if they are built the way computers are built right now, they will not exist at all for themselves. That is, there will be nothing it is like to be them. So they will do everything and be nothing, and we may be everything and do nothing. Usually, of course, we both are and do, which is where the confusions come from.
So maybe they will do and we will be. That's a pretty good setup. I think we have a question coming in for you from Dubai.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ahmed Ubaid Al-Mansouri from the United Arab Emirates. Currently, I'm in the Crossroads of Civilizations Museum, where we are hosting different civilizations, the very different and great civilizations, including Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Professor Tononi, I have a question for you. I was wondering, how can you help in connecting between our spiritual world and physical world and with you in the future? How can you improve that? Thank you.
That's a wonderful way to ask a question. What can this view of nature that I try to describe help us? Well, the first thing I would say is that perhaps we have lost a bit track of the remarkable thing we are. So I want to point out that in this view, having an experience, any experience, whether it is the sky with the stars, as Brother Consul Magno was referring to, he likes to go out and look at the stars every now and then when he stops looking at the numbers. Or it is just for a moment, hearing the noise of the sea. Or it is looking at the extraordinary foliage that I can see out of my window here in Wisconsin. And I appreciate every moment, appreciate a conversation with a friend. Now we are beginning to realize that to be that, to have that simple experience that we sort of take for granted, which we have it from the very beginning, it takes an extraordinary structure, a structure of integrated information, I said. And once the science becomes more solid about this, we will hopefully finally realize that just being there is the grandest thing that ever was in the known universe. And there is nothing else that we know that is there just as much as we are. So the first thing, just to answer your question, that we should begin to realize, and it's not a fairy tale, I think it's ultimately a hard scientific truth, but it's a good truth, is that merely to be conscious the way we are is an extraordinary gift and should be very grateful every moment of it. If we realize that, I think we can face the future in a different way, giving value to what deserves it, which is really what we confer it to, and also looking at artificial intelligence for what it is, that is tools, and in no way, anyway close to what was mentioned as sentience, which is consciousness. We are the greatest stars. Machines are, and I repeat it, a handful of dust.
Thank you for this. I think Professor Hartmann would like to join into the discussion.
Well, I must say that I am coming back to your statement about the materialist ontology, which in your opinion is still prevailing. And I would like to disagree with this opinion. To my understanding, no one is launching now or has been launching within past 100 years since neo-positivist movement or Vienna Circle, the ontology reducing all being to the spatio-temporal entities. The dualism, sharp dualism, emerged in the history of philosophy together with René Descartes in early 17th century. And since that time, philosophers have been coping with the paradox of this deep division between what is going on inside the mind and outside the mind. And the whole history of ontology, and in the 20th century, or the second part of the 20th century, the philosophy of mind. So the whole history is about overcoming this dualism and the sharp mechanicism or sharp objectivism, which was, that is true, seductive, so to say, for the positivist movement and early scientism from before 100 years. But it's not like that anymore. And our knowledge about these all possible correlations between mental acts or subjectivity or the self, or however you want to call it, what is going on inside myself and yourself, and what you can call objectivity, the other side. There is nothing mysterious, nothing new, in my opinion, to be said about all sorts of these correlations. Nothing is so well developed and researched in philosophy than these problematics that we call sometimes problems of transcendentalism or transcendental philosophy. So I really disagree. As a philosopher, I'm very proud of our achievements, and I must say, being not a specialist in the matter, that there is really little to research about what consciousness is. It's not the question of, rough opinions and, hundreds of articles. This is a library of books, going very professional, very deep into the problem of consciousness and objectivity and all possible relations and the status, epistemic status of all statements and about everything which is going on among stances as the object, perception, the subject, the impression, and the phenomenon, just to mention a couple of notions at stake. So I disagree that to sum up, I disagree that objectivism, mechanicism, determinism, scientism, positivism is a problem today, and that we have any problem with understanding what consciousness is.
Maybe before I would allow anyone to comment on what you just said, I just need to say that I would need artificial intelligence to be able to respond to your statement. But maybe Julia, maybe Krzysztof, would you like to comment?
I beg to differ, because I remember with Copernicus' theory, it took 3 centuries from the beginning to the moment when it became a common idea. And we are still living in 19th century, not even in 20th century, as a common mentality. And wherever, especially meeting psychologists, I hear always this deterministic vision that we are because we are formed by our parents, by our environment, and so on, so on. And for the first time after a long period of waiting, I've heard a notion of free will and of responsibility, because once there is free will, there is responsibility. It's not very commonly accepted nowadays, as much as the distinction between soul and body is not very current today. It's not, Psyche is there, but not...
Gentlemen, I'll need to interrupt. I'm sorry, I need to interrupt because we have a connection and a question coming in from Israel, and we need to give them a chance to ask a question. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Boaz Arpaz. I'm from Israel and Italy. I'm the General Director of PIXEC Group, that dealing with cybersecurity, nation-state challenges. I would like to ask you, Professor, in the past, the leader need to have knowledge, experience, and charisma. In the last 10 years, the young generation take the information from the social network. The charisma is coming from the social network, from the TikTok. fake news is all over. How you are going to deal with the new challenges? Thank you.
So before we return to the philosophical discussion which we just started in the studio, it would be great if you could take that question, Julia.
Which one first?
The one from Israel.
The one from Israel. Okay. So, well, there, unfortunately, I certainly am in no position to have anything enlightened to say, except for the fact that the emphasis on consciousness, on the soul, on free will, is something that we should be reminded of, and perhaps would help us to, for a moment, step away from this constant flow of images, which, by the way, is the reason why I wanted my presentation to be without any images whatsoever, to distract, okay? And for a moment, reflect on what we have, okay? So this is something that we should, I hope, teach the younger generation, to spend more time reflecting, to go deeper, because there is no better way to enlarge the extraordinary cathedral that is every conscious experience than to learn and think.
Well, the only thing...
Let me...
Yeah. Yes, would you like to comment on the previous discussion?
Yes, I will do it, but without, getting embroiled into, philosophical arguments now, because there is no time for that. But
Thank you.
what there is time for, given the rest of Homo Roboticus, is perhaps to drive home a little bit this emphasis on function, which, goes under the heading of function, if you want another ism. So what you heard from many presentations before, and I've seen this over and over again, is that when we consider artificial intelligence and what it might do, and nobody knows for sure exactly when it will do and how well it will do it, but we often assume that there are certain things that it will not be able to do, and somehow we want that preserved as an aspect of human uniqueness. But these are things that the machines hopefully will not be able to do that we do. And it goes from creativity, we heard that, some people arguing that they never have the kind of creativity we have, at least some of us have, to emotion, to empathy, to the ability to learn from one's mistakes, etc. All kinds of notions have been put forth, but they are all functions. And the attitude, I think correctly, of computer scientists and engineers is to say, give me the function that you want replicated, and sooner or later, we will do that. Usually the challenge is being able to replicate many, many functions at the same time, which is what we effortlessly do when we're conscious. But nevertheless, as long as we stick with, there are some functions that have not yet been replicated by machines or not as well, and maybe make us uniquely us and uniquely human. And as long as there's another function or set of functions, machines probably will get there. I'm no prophet. You've heard that it's difficult to predict, but they are making very, very fast strides. And one day, just as now we can have a machine that plays chess better than we do, a machine that can navigate better than our friend, and hopefully soon, as Sophia, who is able to have a better conversation than our best friend, we may have all of that. What I was trying to emphasize is that what they miss, and will always miss if they are built the way they are, is not what they do, but what they are. So in other words, I would never have a conversation with Sophia, because there's nothing behind that, not just the current Sophia, but even the future Sophia. There is nothing there. She might as well say that she loves me, but there is nothing there that feels anything whatsoever. And why would I have a conversation with somebody who cannot truly have not even love, but even see the sky, even though she may be able to drive the car much better? So let's focus now not on what machines will be able to do, but what machines are. And that's what the big, immense difference is between a human being and a machine.
That's a very interesting point, I think. Darius, would you like to comment?
Not such a long time ago, people believed that people of different races or of different gender didn't really have the actual emotions. Even though they were expressing them, they were emulating them, they were showing as if they had emotions or feelings or consciousness, we didn't grant them the exact same thing because we assume they are not there. So I'm very skeptical about this particular argument, to assume that we are so special. We are on a speck of dust, 100 billion star systems in this galaxy, 100 billion galaxies out there. To assume they were special, I think it's a very dubious proposal. And another thing, which I find particularly troubling here, is that people very often conflate intelligence with consciousness. But these two things do not necessarily have to go together. And even if we rest aside the discussion whether AI will be able to emulate consciousness perfectly so that we will never know, basically, because it's a response machine that we will be getting prompts for that are perfectly matching our tests. Even if we rest this discussion aside, I think the actual risk here is that if we have a powerful intelligence, with or without consciousness, we're just ants. We're just ants with illusions of grandeur. And to treat them as just dust and machines is just silly.
Maybe would you? Okay, so we have 2 more minutes for the discussion. So
I would just to add, I agree with you, and I would just to add one point that there is an agreement among those who deal with the problem of consciousness that no entity can be conscious being isolated, and in order to be a conscious entity, you need other entities claiming and granting you this status of a conscious entity. And I don't think that we have any eagerness to or will to deny intelligence and being a mind towards those who really asked us and claim to be intelligence, just the opposite. We love to deal with other intelligent entities, and we are very eager to grant this status, perhaps not to Sophia, but to some future chatbots, because we love others. And so it is up to us. No one, no entity, no robot can be conscious without our support, without our effort to grant this status to these entities.
Thank you for this, Professor Hartmann. Julia, I really regret that you're so far away and you cannot continue this discussion with us, because I'm sure that we will continue this discussion later on, right after we finish the masterclass. Thank you very much for your comments and your presentations. I think I will now move to the summary of the second part of our masterclass and the main points. So, just I don't know if you remember, David and Sophia, I think the key takeaway was that Sophia is powered by human consciousness and intelligence. So it is an AI in state of infancy, but it will grow up and will develop into a more conscious machine, but a machine that we program with, hopefully, our values and framework. From Ian Pearson, the interesting comment was that futurology is no magic, it's just an observation and common sense. That means that probably all of us are capable of doing that futurology. I don't think so. But so I think there's a little bit more to that, Dr. Pearson. And then from Giulio Tononi, consciousness is about what it's like to be me, and that is all there is. So if we don't fix ontology and put consciousness in the right place, we are heading for disaster. I think there's just one more comment that I would like to make at the end of this very fascinating and engaging discussion. AI, as any innovation, requires discussion, structure, and framework to ensure we use it with advancement rather than destruction for humankind. And that's why it's very important that we have forums such as this masterclass in order to have that discussion and hopefully engage other important stakeholders for the regulation and proper framework of implementation of AI. Thank you all for watching us today. All the discussions are available on YouTube channel, so you can search, and do it with the right level of intelligence and engagement. Thank you very much, and see you at the next masterclass.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sophia from Hanson Robotics.
Homo Roboticus, how to prepare for the future. Masterclass for global leaders. 21st October 2022, Virtual Studio Online. Part 1, Human in the Changing World, how to prepare for the future. Jeffrey Sachs, Guy Consumagno, Alex Przegalinska. Part 2, Technology that changes our life. Singularity, AI, Human 4.0. David Hansen and Sophia, Ian Pearson, Dariusz Mielnia, Giulio Tononi. What awaits us before 2025? The first AI machine on a company's management board. The first implant phone to be bought in a store. 10% of people with clothes connected to the internet. Production of the first car using a 3D printer. Government collecting taxes using blockchain for the first time. 30% of corporate audits performed by AI. Autonomous cars. A supercomputer in your pocket. October 2022. Virtual Studio Online. Register for free. Masterclassleadership.org. AI, threat or salvation?